Okay. Okay. Well, that's interesting. Hopefully everybody can hear me. If you can hear me, please let me know. I think I had a little bit of a issue here. Let's see. There we go. I can see myself now. So, how's everybody doing? Hopefully everyone is having a good day. And let's see. Oh, right. We already have people that were here early. John Martinson, Jonathan Carnivore Muscle, Labyrinth. I'm a Moparnivore myself. I devour rusty Mopars. And Peter Papa Carnivore came in early. Who else do we have? Terry Sue. I'm going to start my brown water machine. Okay. Must be something related to a septic tank. Terry, good morning. Good morning from Rick. And Terry Sue, I had a boyfriend with a fast GTO back in the 70s. It growled and roared. Well, good old American V8 power, the muscle cars, that's the way to go. At least it was back then. Okay, let's see. Who else do we have? Um, Josephine C. Howdy, beautiful people. Howdy from Rick in Miami. Sandy Blythe. Morning, Rick. I'd love to hang out here. Can't take the moaning and complaining from the other channel. Hmm. Interesting. I wonder what other channel that is. Okay, not sure will happen to my buttocks if I sit through this. And Mitch. Well, you know, Mitch moved his live stream later, so you can start off with me and you can end up with him. The way I do it is as my viewer count continues to increase, I continue the live stream. The maximum we've had was actually over 60, but when it starts to drop below 30, then I start to wind down and eventually will end the live stream. So let's see. Well, we're coming in fast and furious now. We got 20 people, and that's really good. So, who else do we have? We have Jiffy. Good morning, Rick. Terry Sue sounds good, Rick. All right. And Peter is back. Good morning, Quack Senior. How is your weekend going so far? Well, I worked yesterday. I didn't get home till 11:30 at night. So, I didn't get to bed till after 12:30, which is an hour after I normally go to sleep. And I think I fell asleep around, well, I did go to sleep around 1:15, which is when my timer turns off all technology, including the wired internet, and that's it. One of the things that us tech guys have a bad habit of doing is going online and staying up all night. And I had a lot of emails and stuff like that that I had to catch up on. And I did what I could, and there's a lot I need to respond to. And I have some potential customers. So, but the thing is that I have to respect myself. And I tell everybody, Rick takes at least one day off on the week, and it's going to be Saturday. So I will never, ever, and I mean ever, work Saturday morning. Um, I will do some work after lunch if it's an emergency and or you pay me enough. But I have to have my time off in the morning. I cannot push myself to the limit. I don't make enough money to be stressed. If I was making six figures or seven figures a year, then I'd probably work like crazy. But then again, I probably wouldn't even be that healthy. And I'd probably be unhappy, if I was living in one of these McMansions like they're building around me and making all this money and having to hustle all the time. I think I'd be really upset. So I try to limit that. And that's why I picked Saturday morning as my time to talk to you. I've had so many comments in the past, you need a live Rick, when you're not with other people. I'm like, yeah, that's fine. Okay. So, morning, Rick from Bruce. And let's see, Peter and Bruce are talking, and he walks with me. Steph, hi, Rick. Hello. And Booby Goats. Did you all know I have made it on YouTube? Oh, good. The fabulous Rick comment. Well, this is the difference between me and a lot of the other personalities you'll see on YouTube. I've been on YouTube for 17, going on 18 years, and I've always been one of the little guys. I'm the one that most people don't, I'm not popular. No one ever really, I mean, in the carnivore community because we're different than other people. And big YouTubers, maybe once in a while, will answer one of my comments, but they will never invite me on their channel. Of course, in the carnivore space, we know that the premier carnivores, such as Anthony Chafee and Dr. Baker, had me on their channel because, well, first of all, they're good people, from what I can tell. And second of all, it helps the cause because even though I'm not the kind of person that most people would want to be, you don't want to be some tall, skinny thing that chases iguanas and ducks and acts silly and lives his life always with sort of a comedic attitude. And you're the guy that even when he doesn't try to, he still makes people laugh. But it helps because people could say, well, I would love to try the carnivore diet, but what would happen if I did this for many years? Am I going to get a heart attack? Maybe I'll get scurvy or something else will happen. But nope, this is the worst that can happen to you. You'll be some skinny quack who goes around and spends his time on YouTube looking at other people's videos and commenting on them. So I know what my channel is not one of the popular ones. I'm not one of the popular people. I will never be a celebrity and I'll never be a popular individual. I have my select group of friends. I call them the 1%, the elites. We're not talking about these crooks, these disgusting parasites that suck from the economy and produce absolutely nothing. My 1% are the people who care about themselves and others. And again, there's nothing wrong with having a certain amount of selfishness because some selfishness is necessary to be healthy and to be strong. If you are always giving everything you have to everybody else, you will have nothing left for yourself and you will die. So you have to eat and you have to live and you have to take time for yourself. And that's what I tell everyone. So in my case, I'm going to relax as much as I can and I'm going to look out my window and see all the plants. I don't have to look at ugly high rises and sit in traffic all day, which, I do a lot of times when we're working different places and I can see the difference. I try to avoid those jobs that you do in high rises because it's just too much hassle. And I really don't understand why in the world anybody would want to live like that. But again, if you have the right to live like that if you want to. We joke all the time. If everybody in the world lived like Rick, it would be a totally different world. First of all, there would be no high rises. The only tall buildings you would have would be in the city, and that would be for select businesses and maybe tourist attractions. Everybody would live on a ground level house. Everybody would have a yard. Well, with the exception of the elderly, and we were discussing that actually yesterday because I said, one guy that I work for says, do you think there's any value of high rises whatsoever? I said, yes, there is. You know, one of the things about a high rise is that it's a great place for older people. And we know that, especially people that are metabolically unwell, people that just can't go out in the hot sun, they can't do any physical labor, but they're still good people. There's people out there that just can't do anything physically productive, but they can still talk to people, they can still associate with each other. So I could see, high rises in the city being maybe for younger workers that are just trying to get to know people or they want to live in a different place. Maybe they lived in the country when they're younger and they got tired of it. They got tired of shoveling manure, digging holes, stuff like that. And they want to live in the city for a while. That's fine. And older people that just they can't go places, they can't do things. And then if you think about it, it would be a perfect match because if you have younger people that want to start out and you have old people that have money and they have resources, but they just, oh, I can't believe it. I forgot to disconnect the phone. Hold on. I got to admit, I've had people email me and say, Rick, you have the most unique YouTube channel because you're the only one that still has a phone with a bell in it. And I don't understand why people don't respect my time. I said, look, please don't call me on Saturday. This is my day off. And if you do call me, wait until I've had my lunch. Anyway, so what I was talking about is just my view of the world. Now, we have endless apartment buildings and they are ugly. I mean, everything they build now is so ugly. I mean, ugly, ugly, ugly. But they say, well, Rick, you love modern architecture. And I do. I love modern architecture, but I like the 1950s, the 40s, 30s, that modern, what you would call Art Deco, you would call mid century modern, Googie, whatever. That's when you have modern architecture, big windows, a lot of windows that open, and then you have natural stone, wood, like materials. I hate drywall. If I had my way, there would be no drywall whatsoever anywhere in any building. I'd get rid of it. And the other thing that I really hate, well, I hate unfinished buildings where you have no ceiling. You have this just everything's exposed and painted black or whatever, and they consider that to look good. I think that looks like crap. You know, I would definitely limit that to warehouses, even the store. I don't want to go in the store and look at this ugly black thing, with a bunch of electrical lines and AC lines and ugly light fixtures and all this nasty stuff. I would like to see the office buildings, the high rises like the 1930s and 40s. Think of the Empire State Building, Chrysler Building, and stuff like that, faced with granite, with beautiful tiles, marble, whatever material, the highest end, good natural stuff that you can get. And that's the way everything would be. In the homes, they should be built individually. Every home should be different. It should have its own little characteristics. We shouldn't be inflating real estate bubbles with easy money from the Fed and playing games. And our food supply, we should be eating the highest quality food. We shouldn't be eating bird food, basically, rice and corn and all that nasty stuff. We should all be eating fresh meat. And for those of us that like to eat plants, we should be able to eat locally sourced, natural, in season fruits and vegetables. And again, everybody knows that I am not against fruits and vegetables, even though I generally don't eat them myself because I see that as like low quality food. So the thing about me is that I like everything highest quality with the best materials, and that's it. So we talk about that, and you know how that is. Okay, let's see. Excuse me. Well, let's see. We got some compliments today. I tell you, I have the best viewers, the best commenters. We're not a large group, but we're an elite group. Quality over quantity is my thing. All right. So let's see. I've got a lot of comments. It's amazing. So we're going to go back over here. I may have missed a few of them. And again, Booby Goats had her comment. And then we have Texas Homemaker. Good morning. We have Sandy Blythe, the brown water. Okay, it's coffee maker. There we go. I thought maybe it had something to do with pumping out the septic tank, but okay. And a lot of people like coffee, and that's good. I hate it, but that's fine. And Peter says, Rick is so positive, interesting, and motivating. Very refreshing. Well, yes, that's me. It takes a lot to make me mad. And then we have some conversations going here. And Peter says, I am trying very hard to remain positive and upbeat. There is so much negativity in the world, so I seek out positive things. Well, good. You're in the right place. You will get some negative things from me, but you have to realize that I'm basically an electrical engineer, and I'm very familiar with physics. And you have to realize that without the negative, there will be no positive. So you have to understand the only way that you can have a dynamic system is when you have the positive and the negative. So just remember that. Okay, so we got some more comments here. Very good morning from Lambs, Rick and all. Yes, good morning. And Bruce says, hey, Aaron. Okay, morning, Bruce. Polish Mike is here. Good morning, friends. Time for Saturday Chill with Rick. There you go. Hey, Mikey, I hope you start making some more videos because, I consider him to be one of the hardcore carnivores. There's a few of them over there. So, but yeah, that's one of the hardcore carnivores. And there's others here, as you will see. Let's see. Oh, look at these comments. Let's see. By the time I met, Rick went to sewage. Okay, yeah. You look handsome today, Rick. Well, thank you, Sandy. I'm glad you think so. Because the vegans would say, oh, that Rick, he looks terrible, And if you notice, when I have the picture I put in my video introductions, all those pictures are more than 20 years old. That one that you see is me with one of my old Bobcats, and that was from 1998, if I remember correctly. So you can see that over the years, I haven't changed much. And it's like I tell everybody, the carnivore diet may make you into a quack, but you're not going to have a heart attack, at least not from the carnivore diet. Okay, and Jonathan says, going live in 20 minutes. Now, if you decide that you get a little tired of Rick's goofball live stream, you might want to check out Jonathan, especially if you're one of those guys or gals that is looking to build muscle and reduce your fat and get healthy and do it in a way that's not going to kill yourself. Because if you ever view Jonathan's channel, you'll see that he has not only physical problems to deal with, but also, there's a lot of things that he has to deal with to be able to get where he is. And he's a championship bodybuilder. And if you look at him and you see the way that he is, he spends a lot of time, believe it or not, he has to lay in bed for long periods of time because of pain and stuff like that. And yet he's able to have that award-winning physique. So it goes to show you don't have to kill yourself in the gym or kill yourself doing all this cardio exercise. Just check out his channel, learn about how the human body really works. And if you decide that you want to maximize your physique and have a good body composition, check him out. You're not going to get any of that nonsense. And then all these people that promise you that you're going to become super, built or whatever on so-called natural diet, you can see the reality on his channel. So if you want to check him out, go ahead. If you want to stay here, that's fine. And Peter says Rick's voice is very soothing and pleasant. This is so refreshing. There you go. And Michael Pregler, good morning, fellow carnivores. Good morning. And we got a lot of comments here, back and forth. No sunshine here in Iowa yet. I got a friend that lives in Iowa, that did live in Iowa. I need to go there again. The last time I was there, I was quite impressed. It was in the summer. It was hot, and it's a flat place, but there's just so much open space. It's just the opposite of Florida. Florida's hot and miserable too, but it doesn't have open space down here anyway. And even when you leave here and you go to what used to be open space, you got developments everywhere because the stupid Federal Reserve's funny money poured into Florida, and it basically destroyed a lot of our nice areas. One thing about Florida, when people find a nice area, they decide to fill it up and destroy it. I tell everybody that Florida is like my garage. At one time, it was empty and neat, but it got full of stuff, and it wasn't all garbage. It's good stuff. You start packing too many things in one space, and your quality of life is it's just not going to stay that way. Okay, Rick is so popular. Well, I don't know about popular, but I have about 32 people right now. That's not bad. For a live stream, it's pretty good. And Rosie Red, morning, Rick. You have a great radio voice. I've heard that many times, so I appreciate that. New here, you pep me on my page. Well, there you go. Sounds like an old wall phone. Yes, it is. If you haven't seen my phone, it's over here. And you can see that, it has buttons for the lines. Pretty interesting. Of course, there's no lights on because I disconnected the phone. It uses those 50-pin connectors. Okay. Yeah. And Peter brings up a good point. Rick, I think that not disconnecting your phone is part of your shtick. Yeah, well, that's it. Everybody has their thing, Some of these channels, it's morning coffee. Some of the channels, it's, motivational talk. And some of the channels is, you have your group of people. We're going to go on a carb fighting thing, or I'm the doctor that's been carnivore for 10 years, or I'm smoking cigars, or every channel has this thing. My channel, you think of ducks, iguanas, 1950s or 60s. I mean, you look at me. I'm an oddball because some people thought I was Mennonite, but I said, look, I'm not Mennonite. I don't have any facial hair. I would have a beard going down here if I was Mennonite. But because of the clothes that I wear, I tend to wear the button-down shirts. I have certain characteristics that don't change. You'll notice that my hair is not larded as much as usual. It's more natural state. I just combed it. I don't lard it every day. I generally lard my hair when I'm going to go out to work. But I worked all day yesterday. I didn't get home till 11:38 at night, and I didn't fall asleep. Well, I didn't go to sleep, obviously, until after 1. I mean, I was in bed after 12:40. But anyway. Okay, so let's get down to this here. The sunshine changes everything. Yeah, that's true. And Jonathan has a question. Why do the same people who blow away $3.99 on channel membership criticize the same person, Mitch, who is charging them for nothing of any value? That's a very good question. I can't figure that out. But I think Mitch's channel is more like someone, it's just somebody to listen to in the morning It's a regular thing. It's on every day. I don't think too many people are capable of understanding Jonathan's channel because you're dealing with someone. I mean, obviously, you have the neurodivergence to deal with, plus the physical limitations, who's been able to maximize his physique. And he approaches life in a logical way. I think a lot of people, they want the emotion. Those of us that tend to be on the logical side, like me, I try to be a problem solver. I don't really concentrate on the emotions. And I'll give you an example. There's this woman that I've done work for, and she wants to move her furniture around. So I'll go there. I was repairing an air conditioner. I had to remove the evaporator from inside, took it outside, cleaned it. It had slime in it, the usual thing every couple of years. So when I put the air conditioner back and I go to push the sofa in, she says, "Oh, can you move it this way?" So I move it a little to the left. Then I'm taking my tools. "Oh, can you move it that way?" It's like back and forth. So I'm trying to figure out what is she trying to get. And she says, "Well, I can't really see the window that well, but then when it's over here, the light is on me." So I'm back and forth. Now, the funny thing is, after moving this silly thing at least 6 times, at the end, what I did before I started, I actually took a little marker and I marked on the floor where I put it. And I've done this before. And after that, I said, you see that little black mark on the floor over there? Yeah, that's where I marked it when I first moved it. We've moved this thing 6 times, and it's exactly where it was. She didn't know what to say. "No, it can't be." I said, "I did it." "Well, why'd you mark my floor?" "Because every time that I come here, you have me moving furniture around, and it always ends up in the same place that I started." So it is kind of interesting, but, you know, it's one of those things. Okay. So anyway, yeah, I don't really, this is one of the reasons I don't charge for my channel because I'm not here to make money off of you. I'm here just to give you someone to look at. You don't have to pay for it. This is not a gang, a tribe, or whatever. This is an elite group of people who are not necessarily like minded, but do have certain things in common. And we just want to let us know that we're here. So I don't know. Okay. How is Rosie doing? I don't know who Rosie is. It's been gray winter here. Well, it's been hot and sunny here. It's actually an old rotary wall phone that Rick has. Yes, and I am the man who has a lot of rotary phones. I mean, you can't go more than 10 feet in my house without seeing one. See, some of them are for decoration, but a lot of them do work. There's a layer of dust on this, but I do keep things. And one of the reasons I keep stuff is because I learned a long time ago that the world we live in is one that wants you on the consumer bandwagon. They want you to keep buying the latest and greatest. And the way that they do that is by building stuff that falls apart. Now, if you have something that doesn't fall apart, like a rotary phone, because you got to remember, these things were never built to be a consumer product. They were built originally to be installed and rented from the phone company. So they're metal on the back. I mean, there's plastic on them, but it's a pretty strong plastic. But items today are made to go in and out of style. It's like the way that they can basically convince women that certain clothing is in or out of style. So you might see a gal wearing a certain clothing, and then a few weeks later, she won't wear it anymore. And I've done a lot of clean outs over the years, and I find tons of women's clothes. And I found stuff that's brand new, and I offer it to people I know, to the women I know, to the men that have wives, and they never want any of that stuff, no matter what it is. Even if it's brand new in the package, they don't want it. So again, one of the ways I rebel against the system is by finding what I like and then only getting those things. So when a company tries to discontinue it and they say, "Oh, I'm going to fix this guy, there won't be any parts and I can't buy it anymore." Well, guess what? I've collected so much of it that people threw away that I can keep the old one running for decades. And that's the whole thing. That's why I still have what I have, because I know what to look for. So I get accused of being a hoarder. You got too much stuff. But the thing is, when you're the jack of all trades, you have to have large amounts of tools and supplies, and you have to do everything yourself. So you're going to have a lot of stuff. And that's one of the things that you'll see about my channel. All right, let's see what else we got here. I'm doing very well. And let's see. Okay. Well, I hate the way this thing jumps around. When you go down the list, you reach a certain point. Yeah, he showed the phone several times. That is correct. Um, please show Rosie your old rotary phone. Okay. We've got some conversations here. When Mad Max comes, they'll glean Rick's old equipment. There you go. I hope Rick will show me his phone. I did. When I was a kid in the 60s and early 70s, there was a rotary phone on the wall. Yeah, in our kitchen. The rotary phone in my kitchen, I actually, we had one there. My parents were too cheap to get touchtone service. When the phone company stopped leasing the phones, they took back the one that was in the kitchen. But I did buy the one that was in the bedroom that it was original to the house, which I still have. Had the original number with the Mohawk number on it. I still have that phone. The one in the kitchen I replaced with an identical one that I found at a yard sale for $5. And it's been hanging in that kitchen ever since like 1988. And it still works. Still works. Okay, we still have wall phones. Okay. Yeah, Peter said there was a wall phone. Plenty of negative out there. Positive is what is needed. That's good. Apologies, Rick, for the timing of the live. Oh, Jonathan, you don't have to apologize to me for anything. And I know that you and Juliet do collaborations. And again, if you really want to learn about autism and bodybuilding, you definitely need to check out Jonathan's channel. You don't have to be here on my channel because, again, go to his channel if you wish. And then afterwards, you can come back. Generally, I will be here for at least 2 hours. Now, Mitch will be on in an hour, so a lot of people will probably go to his channel, which is fine. But then again, I will continue the channel until I go below the amount. Right now, we're at 36. Eventually, we usually get to over 50. When we start dropping below 40 again, then I start to wind down. Okay, and we see here that Peter says, when I get naysayers, I tell them I've been trying very hard to give myself a massive heart attack, but I keep on failing miserably. Because I keep getting healthier and thinner, and that is correct. All you have to do is look at any of us long-term carnivores, and I've had people tell me, "Well, Rick, you're not a long-term carnivore. You don't. How do I even know you eat the carnivore diet?" And the thing is, you don't. You don't know that I eat the carnivore diet. But you can realize that I am 56 years old. I'll be 57 this summer. And you can see the first interview I did, although the guy I think deleted it, but in August of 2022 is when I first came out as the 40-year carnivore. Of course, I was 39 years at that time. So you have at least 2 years history, which is going on 3 years history. It'll be this summer. And you can see what I look like and how I talk and everything. And some of the videos on my channel are older. You can hear my voice. You can see me. So you can tell that I haven't changed much. And you realize that most people, they go through phases. When you get in your 40s, you get that first dose of aging. And then when you hit 60, you get another hard dose of aging. I mean, you can see that. I remember as a kid when you see Jimmy Carter, the presidents or any president, when they get into their 60s, they just have that shock, that the gray hair really comes in and the wrinkles come in and all that. And as you know, I don't color my hair and I don't use Botox or any of this other crap. I can move my nose, my eyes, it all moves. And I don't have the deep wrinkles that a lot of people do. And I work outside. So again, I'm a real person. I'm not a fake. Okay, we got some conversation here. 3 hours a week on the gym tops. There you go. See? 3 hours a week tops. That's not a lot of time in the gym to get those results. My husband and I use okay. Our bridge players are you. I don't play cards. I really don't have time for any kind of games. I'm either working. I do work a lot. That's one of the reasons I don't really do that many videos. And I just like to do things. When I'm doing something, I like to see a result. So I may drag out the welder, put some pieces of metal together, or I may go outside, do some yard trimming, or I always have something to fix. My time is limited. I live by myself, so I just don't have the time for games. I have friends that like to play dominoes. I can do it for a little bit. They got a pool table. I can play pool. If I had my new place, I would definitely install my bowling lanes because I actually have like 4 bowling lanes. Well, 3 of them in storage, and then I have like 4 pin setters to choose from. I do like bowling, so that's something good. Sandy Blythe says he subscribed to Jonathan's channel. That's good. Rosie Red says, Rick, my husband and I, yeah, that's right. I read that. And let's see. Yes, just jump on that cold butter. There you go. I hit the gym I lift heavy weights 3 days a week and run sprints and do squats. I'm 66, 198 pounds, ripped to the bone. Let's see, 66 and still active and strong. That's what you want. That's one of the fundamental concepts of Rick's heart attack diet. Rick's heart attack diet is not having the heart attack. That's not the point of Rick's heart attack diet. Rick's heart attack diet is to be as strong and healthy as possible until the day when you drop dead of a heart attack. And I know that everybody likes the young people that are in good shape, but when you see, and I actually was riding my bike, I saw an older guy that had, he was tank top, whatever, and he was lean and muscular. And I looked at that, I thought, yep, this guy's riding his bike. He looks good. He looks happy. He had to be in his 60s. I don't think he was just a worn out 40-year-old. He definitely looked like he was in his 60s with the white hair and all that. But when you have that kind of body and you have those kind of capabilities, I think that's more important than having an expensive car or living in a box mansion. You know, there's nothing more elite than being fit. When you see an older person who's fit and healthy, I consider that to be elite. I don't consider somebody that has a bunch of crap that's going to end up in the scrap yard in a decade or so to be elite. Just because you're living in a McBox and driving some overpriced piece of crap car with plastic bumpers, you're not an elite. Elite is when you have control over your environment, and having a healthy body is about as elite as you can get, in my opinion. Okay, what else we got here? That's why you look so fit. Okay, I have to check out your channel. I haven't seen you. The part of Iowa I live in is off country, Mississippi, lots of steep hills. Okay, my 84-year-old mom is a life master. There you go. Okay. Okay. Rick, your live is always relaxing and calm, easy to listen to. There's not many channels that run softly spoken like you. Well, when you've been a carnivore as long as I have, and you've had as many problems as I've had, you've had businesses that you start and fail, you've had people that you deal with, you begin to learn that everything goes by a pattern. And although people accuse me of being negative, the method that I use is this. I assume the worst. When something is up in the air, and I've been proven right over and over, over and over again. I've never been proven wrong on this. And we're talking about people that want to do the right thing, people that want to help. They make promises. They will always break their promises. That is absolutely in stone. Now, occasionally people can reach the level that they expect, but they will never exceed it. Once you realize that everybody is like that, and you realize that most people are not doing it on purpose, the worst people are the ones that consider themselves positive thinking, because they will always let you down. And I mean always. There are no exceptions. If a person is positive thinking and they make you promises, expect that maybe you'll get half of what they promise. If a person is an extreme realist like me and they make a promise, just realize that if you get 100% of what they promise, you're lucky. You may get 75%. I learned a long time ago, don't expect other people to give you more than you expect. And don't expect yourself to be able to do what you think you can do. Because whatever you think you can do, you're going to be overestimating your abilities. And I do this too. I've had many times when I tell someone, job's going to take an hour, and it ends up taking all day. So I learned my lesson. I said, under the ideal circumstances, it'll take an hour, but it may take longer. And I let them know this is how it's going to be. Now, sometimes I impress myself. Everything lines up, everything goes well. But in most cases, that doesn't happen. All right. So we have Peter talking. Let's see. Larded hair and high humidity is sweaty. Well, when you're a lean carnivore like I am, you're going to sweat constantly. That's just the way it is. If you've ever looked, for example, you don't see it as much as you used to. When I was younger, a lot of kids used to go out and play basketball at the park and at the school. Of course, now the school is surrounded with barbed wire and 6-foot fences, so you can't even get in there anymore. But you get one of those guys, even when they're not doing much work, they sweat like crazy. And you'll see this a lot also with the bodybuilders, the people that have lean physiques that are active, they're going to sweat a lot. So sweating in this climate is normal. If you don't, that's not normal. But the lard actually doesn't make it happen because the lard seems to keep the heat off of your direct scalp. It actually acts as an insulation. And I tend to sweat less when I have lard than if I was just out there with my hair dry. So, okay. Let's see here. Okay, we got some conversation going on. Makes the look slick. Well, that was the whole 50s thing. That's part of my 50s look. If you remember, when I was a kid, they had a show called Happy Days. So people would say I had hair like Richie Cunningham. That was kind of the whole idea. Yes, that phone was long. Okay. Yeah, I got a long cord on mine too. I have an emotional connection with Rick. Yes. But I like the attitude he has and progressive approach. That's important to me as a viewer. See, Jonathan is right. And again, this is a channel only for the elites. This is not for the average person that's looking for a YouTube distraction to be entertained or whatever. This is for the elite, the best of the best, in my opinion. And a lot of times, people might see what I consider the best to be the worst. They may throw something away and they say, oh, this is no good. But that's because they didn't know what it was for. They didn't know how to use it. But that's the thing. Right on Carnival Muscle. Rick has a great attitude. Well, thank you. Are there many tall buildings in Florida? Yes, there are. It seems that taller buildings will help reduce development. We have a lot of tall buildings, but none of them have any character. There hasn't been anything with any real character built here in probably 50 years. Everything now is just a McBox. You have the one-story McBox, and you have the 50-story McBox. It's all a box. And it's all black, white, and gray. So everything today has to be black, white, and gray. And then to make things even funnier, they'll often use fake plants. They'll put like green astroturf on the wall. They'll put like just stupid things, different shapes or whatever, just to break up the monotony. But in traditional buildings, you might have repeating patterns and you had quality materials. Now everything's just crap, just garbage. Everything now is painted, and I hate paint. That's another thing that I'm against. I don't like to paint things. If it's already made that way, sure. But if I design and build a building, I try to eliminate paint as much as possible. So we're going to use natural concrete, stone, brick. Every now, all these people today, they paint over the brick or they plaster over it, they stucco over it. Porcelain, tiles, terracotta, whatever. The idea is to build something that doesn't need paint. And one of the reasons is I don't like paint because the smell of it makes me sick. I go into a lot of these buildings, especially these newer buildings. They have this terrible chemical smell, which I can't stand. And the other thing, too, nobody opens their windows anymore. In fact, in my neighborhood, if you ride around, not only are the windows closed, but they usually have window shades or blinds to block everything because nobody wants to look outside and everyone's paranoid of being watched inside. Now, I take a different approach. As you know, my yard is heavily wooded. I like having my yard with a lot of plants. So when I look outside, I don't see my neighbors. All I see is my own yard and what little I have, and that's it. So I don't worry about people looking in my house because most people won't even dare go in my yard. And if they did, it's probably somebody I know. And since I live alone, I would like them to be able to look in my windows. So when I'm not here, normally I keep the window blinds up, and that way if somebody comes over and they see my car's not here, my bike is not here, they might look inside. And if I'm here, they'll see the light on or they'll see me here. Now, I don't leave the light on when I'm away. It's another thing. I don't like leaving lights on outside because I think it interferes with the wildlife. So anyway, what do we got here? Rick, how is Milton? Milton is fine. I may let him in here a little bit later. Milton has a bad habit of destroying everything. So, but he'll be all right. He's calming down as he gets older. So let's see. We got a lot of conversation here. And good morning, Terry Sue. Okay. Let's see. Yep. Okay. I'm going to concentrate on the conversation you have with me. And the good thing is we have 42 people here now. We had 43. So you feel free to converse with each other that way. Because again, when you're part of the elite group, we need to know each other. And remember, if you see somebody on here on my chat and they have a YouTube channel, why don't you check out their YouTube channel? I know there's a lot of YouTubers out there. There's not much time, but checking out their channel isn't going to hurt you. Now, I know a lot of people gravitate towards the big channels, the channels that have thousands of subscribers, and that's fine. But, don't you get tired of being around the same people all the time? You might want to check out some of them smaller channels. That's the way to go. Let's see. T-bone is my favorite steak. Yeah, we know Papa carnivores like me. Lamb says I'm sweating a lot less since going on carnivore. Well, good for you. If you live in a normal climate, you won't sweat. But if you live in a dump like Florida, you're going to sweat no matter what you eat. Okay. Rich is good at keeping up with the chat. Yeah, I keep up with the chat. I don't try to go off and complain and go on a tangent. But this stupid thing does skip around. Once I get my computer the way I want it, then I'll be able to display the chat. I've been trying to get it to work with the OBS studio, but the computer does not cooperate. Plus, I had internet issues thanks to my IT director named Milton. So it's been a little bit interesting. Okay. I just hit 740 days in carnivore. That's good. Frugal prepper, garage and garden. There we go. Greetings. We got ice and black ice in Ohio. Oh, wow. No venison, eggs. Well, at least, you're out there where we actually have seasons because we don't have seasons here. We have hot and dry and hot and wet. That's our season. We had a week of winter. We usually get 14 days of nice weather every year. And then the rest of the year is a combination between comfortable and totally horrible. So, yeah, Frugal Prepper, that's another one. You might want to check his channel. He is not what we would consider strict carnivore. He does add some fermented vegetables and stuff like that, but that's what works for him. Remember, not everybody needs to be a strict carnivore or should be a strict carnivore. So for some people, carnivore may be a transition phase. But once your body is back to normal, think about it this way. If you're one of those people that actually enjoys fruits and vegetables, which I'm not, but if you are, and you can eat them and you're healthy, why not eat them? There's a difference between somebody who's damaged their body with a bunch of duck food and can no longer eat that stuff. If you have type 2 diabetes, you're not going to want to eat fruit. That's a mistake. But if you're a healthy person that has healthy blood sugar, you're active. Let's say you're Paul Saladino, the fruity guy, and you want to eat that crap. It doesn't seem to hurt him. It may hurt him in the long run, but I don't say you shouldn't eat it. It's like all you coffee drinkers. Maybe you live in a cold climate that's not hot all the time. Maybe ice water is not your thing. You might want to drink coffee. Go ahead and drink it. It's not going to kill you. I know a lot of people have drank coffee and they lived a long life. Okay, this is a channel for the elite. Guess that leaves me out. Oh, well, someone has to lower the standards of any group. No, remember, the elite doesn't refer to being the top always. You could be in the middle somewhere, We're talking about elite when it comes to open mind and when it comes to making changes. We're not talking about elite in terms of trying to impress somebody with some overpriced rust bucket, future rust bucket, or some type of lifestyle. If you're loaded with money, if you can use $100 bills to stuff your mattress, well, you might be elite, I guess, in terms of the financial world, but not necessarily if you're unhealthy. Okay. Steak with salt and butter is the best invention. Hey, if you like it, you like it. It's a channel, okay? And then what else do we have? We have, let's see. He's looking at ducks. I'm always looking at ducks. Okay. How are the ducks, Rick? They're fine. They're outside. I see them walking around. I'm looking at them. You can probably see me looking out the window. Bruce, Rick thinks we're all elite. I'm going with it. That's it. That's what I say. You know, we're not the bottom of the barrel here. We're not the cream of the crop either, but we're the most desirable ones. We're the ones that you would go mining and digging for and looking for to find gold. That's just one of those things. I can choose a sirloin steak. Rosie, I agree. Rick, I grew up literally in the forest. My parents had, 13 daughters? Okay, interesting. I can't eat T-bone steak anymore since we have a lot of tomahawk steaks. Well, hey, everybody has their favorite steak. I almost ate 2 pounds of steak. That's what I eat whenever I have meat. I like to have 2 pounds of it. You have good carnivore. Yeah, teeth. Yeah, see? Eating carnivore, eating meat, it's good for your teeth. Thumbs, guys, for Rick. Well, thank you. Thank you, Mandy Medes. Annabella, okay, got some conversation here. And the thing jumped around. Let's see. All right. I had some chicken thighs today. I didn't know I had even thought what chicken thighs. Yeah, I had a bacon cream. See, chicken thighs are good. If you're going to eat chicken, my recommendation is try to get the dark meat. White meat is not really edible. It takes a lot to make white meat edible. For some reason, people don't buy T-bones as much. I love T-bones myself. I like grabbing that T-bone and chewing on it. That's just part of my steak experience. Okay. Beef cheeks. Okay, someone likes beef cheeks. These are good prices. Had some Wagyu burgers. All right. Excellent. And anytime I make London broil, it's real tender. Yeah, there's a skill to that. I don't really cook it for a long time. Sear it. That's interesting. Pick up some chicken thighs and wings for a change. Do them heart attack style if you really want to have it delicious. Here in South Florida, there are a lot of Latino grocery store chains that sell meat cheap. Yes, you have Presidente, Fresco y Mas, Bravo Supermarket. There's another one, I forget the name of it. There's a few of them out there. You just have to catch them when they have a sale. Rick, you are a carnivore celebrity, just with lower number of subs than most. Me, a celebrity? Polish Mike thinks I'm a celebrity. I'm the one that, well, I guess you're right, because some of the best carnivore channels do mention me, but you don't see me invited to many of those big carnivore channels because I think I'm a threat to them. If you're belonging to a carnivore club that you have to pay for, and then you have to get coaching and all that, then you have the guy that started the carnivore diet at the age of 15 in 1983 and has been on a carefree quest to enjoy the meats, enjoy the foods that he likes, doesn't believe any of the crap they tell me. I used to say, if it's fat free, what are they doing with what they take out of it? It's like skim milk when I used to drink milk. Why, for the same price, would I drink skim milk when I can have whole milk? You know, when I go to the buffet, go to the Sweden House or Duff's, why would I eat the pasta and the duck food when I can have the meat? It's all you can eat. I'm going to eat the good stuff. So that was kind of my way of thinking of it. So it was never really like Rick is missing out on something. No, Rick is enjoying what he wants. So it didn't require any self-control. I think chuck steak, here's the side to chew. Chuck is a little harder to chew. Sure, it's like top round, it's harder to chew, but it's flavorful. Quality is quantity. See, Polish Mike says, yeah, quality is better than quantity. That's right, greater than. Okay. We are the gold. Yes, we are. We are the best of the best. I'm assuming they taste like oxtail. Okay, got the conversation. And I just saw pork spare ribs on sale at all Winn-Dixie supermarkets for $1.99 a pound. I'm going to pick up 2 slabs. Go for it. They can be very tasty. I agree on the bone-in mean, Rick. Yes, I always gnaw that bone. I do it too. It's just a habit of mine. My mom always called me a caveman. And if you've ever watched me eat, and I've eaten on video before, I don't use knives and forks. I don't use a cutting board. I cut the meat before I cook it. After it's cooked, I put it on a plate, or sometimes I just grab it in my hand. If I'm out working and I've cooked on the engine, I just grab the meat out of the container and eat it. The only time I'll use a spoon when I'm eating a stew that's hot, because I don't want to stick my hands in the stew, and you can't eat liquid or small pieces of meat with your hand. So I use a spoon. and a fork occasionally, but not very often. In my truck, I always keep at least 2 spoons. And by the way, I never use plastic utensils. A lot of people, they use the plastic forks and spoons. I don't use them because the first time I ever use a plastic fork, I will break it every time. I'm really good at breaking plastic spoons and forks. And if it's a spork, it's going to snap the moment I pull it out of the package. So, but I use metal, only metal. That's it. All my dishes are ceramic. I have some glass, cast iron, metal. I do have a couple of wooden spoons, which I never use. There is no plastic in my kitchen at all. The only plastic I have are those plastic lids that I put on my stainless steel containers when I'm saving meat that I cooked up. And that's it. And by the way, as a carnivore, I'd have no leftovers. What I do, I never have more than 24 hours of food in the refrigerator. If I cook a large stew, I'm going to be eating it at the next meal. So you'll never see leftovers, and food never gets wasted in my refrigerator. All right. And what else do we have here? Okay. Hey, Thomas is here. Rick, you are a pioneer being such an early carnivore. Should I say a duck? And you're right. All right. Let's see what else we got. Oxtails are so rich. A little goes a long way. If you like them, you like them. Me, it's too much work for what you get. And Polish Mike says, you are not invited much because you don't have weight to lose. I think there is some truth to that. And I agree with that 100% because I just, I think a lot of people are sick. So when you see somebody like me, when year after year you see me, I look the same. I don't change. I don't sound any different. I mean, I sound the same now as when I was in my 20s. So there's what do I have to offer anybody? I have nothing. No one's going to be able to look at me and say, "Oh, I want to be like this guy," because I'm coming from a different position. The only people that may understand what I'm going for are the younger ones. It's people that started in their teenage years. There's a few of these carnivores out there that started up. I mean, you got the guy now. What's his Caleb? He's like 15 or 16 or whatever it is. So you have a few of them, but a lot of them did start because even at the teenage years they have health issues. They didn't start like me as a joke, because that's what I did. Okay. Bill Knot recipe for chuck roast is good. Yes. Always wanted to try that. Okay. First day on your channel, Rick. I like your laid back approach. Well, thank you. And it looks like Talman 1212. I'm glad you're here. And let's see. I've been doing the same thing. You mean Maggie? Must be talking about the lady in Canada, supposed to be carnivore for 65 years. Hi, Rick, Milton, and fellow carnies. Hello, Annie C. Annie Q. Ruby Goats. Her name is Maggie. Maggie White is the one that claims to have been a carnivore for 65 years, and she's, I think, 82 or 83. Looks good for her age, is active. Now, they've been kind of hiding her. They haven't had any videos of her outside because I know Kerry wants to hog that up for his documentary. He's paranoid that if anybody sees her, they'll probably, I don't know, something will happen. I don't know what it is. The only time that I've ever seen her actually speak was on Dr. Anthony Chafee's channel. And Anthony Chafee was the one that first interviewed her. Actually, it was Bart K that had mentioned to me when I was on one of his videos that Anthony had discovered her. And then I saw her on the channel. But I haven't seen anything about her since. And I guess she took advantage of that and used it to get some financing for her ranch. And I guess she's in the meat production business and probably has people buying from her, and that's good. I'm glad that she's able to save her ranch from being taken away and is able to raise meat. And with her popularity, will probably make some good money selling that meat. So that's good. It also brings awareness to the cause. So good for her, and that's great. Okay, so thank you for telling me about Rick's channel. Well, thank you for whoever told Talman 1212 for saying that. We have 44 people now. Our number is growing. That's good. Lamb's good idea. I would like to see you on other channels, Rick, because you are healthy. Well, that's up to them. If they contact me, I'll go on their channel. And I do go on other channels. There are a few carnivores out there that have taken that initiative. You have David, or as known as DC, the one that had survived follicular cancer. I was just on his channel this week. You have Russ Mitchell, who has a channel. He calls his show the Keto Cookout, and he invites me every 2 weeks. I think I'll be on next week on Tuesday. So he's another one. And you have the carnivore teacher, John, John Laspina has invited me on his channel several times. We used to have a regular Wednesday night carnivore meetup, but now he's doing more interviews and more videos. And then you have Nia's Way is a popular channel that she invited me on her channel many times. So I do go on other channels, but I haven't been on a lot of other channels because, again, I think they're always looking for people with extreme stories. I mean, you have, for example, the celebrity carnivores like, what is it, Dr. Barry. I don't think he really invites anyone on his channel. He just has a bunch of people on there that ask questions. I've been on Anthony Chaffee's channel. I'm actually a moderator on Anthony Chaffee's channel, so you can find me there. But other than that, yeah, I don't think a lot of these channels want me there because I'm a strange character, and I think a lot of times they try to avoid me. I believe I'm just not good for marketing. You know, a guy that chases after iguanas and ducks and collects junk and, has some pretty strange views on the world, is anti-consumerism, is a de-influencer. It's like on some of these channels where they're trying to sell certain shirts and stuff like that. Yeah, I don't wear any shirts with any kind of messages on them. What product could someone like me sell? I think I would be better at selling auto parts and selling parts for equipment than I would be in the carnivore space. I could probably sell you a bobcat or a tractor or even something from wherever for your farm. I could probably sell you a rotary phone. I could sell you a lot of things. I could even sell you the ceiling tiles that I make or a light fixture or something like that. But when it comes to the carnivore channel, what am I going to sell? I mean, think about it. When you're a carnivore, what are you doing? You're eating meat, drinking water. All right. Am I going to sell, let's say, Rick's ice water? Maybe I could sell you, I don't know, a reverse osmosis machine. This is not morning coffee with Rick. It's morning ice water with Rick. And as anyone knows, drinking ice water is my thing. And they used to tell me this is another thing that comes from the heart attack diet. Because when I was a kid, you know what everyone told me? Don't drink ice water. It's bad for you. You shouldn't drink ice water. Don't drink it. Well, guess what? I drink it. You shouldn't chew ice. It's bad for your teeth. Well, guess what? I do it all the time. I don't care. Yeah, I got broken teeth, but that's from a fight. I could care less what people think. Okay. Got some comments here. All right, here's a good question. Annabella, the Happy Carnivore. Do you think you'll watch the documentary Rick? Well, I don't know how I can watch the documentary. I don't go to movie theaters. I haven't been to a movie theater since 1985. The last movie I watched was called Moving Violations. When it comes to streaming, I don't do subscriptions. I have a strict no subscription policy. I have utilities. Yeah, I got a water bill, whatever. But I'd like to move somewhere where I don't even have utilities. I don't like subscriptions. Paying money every month to someone. I have to pay for internet every month. I don't believe in that. I think that's stupid. Subscription. Yeah, whatever. So how am I going to watch the movie? Unless someone sends it to me, I probably won't watch it. And that's it. So, but if I send it to me, if they post it on YouTube, I'll watch it. If they post it maybe on some other free source, I'll watch it. But other than that, I'm not in it, so does it really matter? It says, Booby Goat says, they've been to Florida twice. Why the hell haven't they interviewed Rick? That's a good question. And I think a lot of it is because I don't fit their marketing. Originally, when I popped into the Homestead How channel, I mentioned how long I had been on the carnivore diet. Kerry was very excited. He would always talk about Rick, he's been on carnivore, whatever. But as soon as the Maggie lady popped up, that was it. So Rick being the longest carnivore disappeared. It was no longer important. Now, what they forget is certain things. In the carnivore space, I am unique in several ways. First of all, in the United States, I am the longest carnivore diet eater ever. Maggie's in Canada. So here in the US, it's just me. I am also the tallest carnivore I know of. I am 6'6" tall without shoes, which means I'm 6'7" tall with shoes. I'm an inch taller than Dr. Sean Baker. And the other thing about me is I'm the only one that's associated with ducks and iguanas. So, and I'm also, into muscle cars, 1950s, Mopars, 60s. There's a lot to me, but it doesn't line up with what people would aspire to. No one's going to be inspired watching my experience. So, and why would they spend the time and money to come and visit someone that doesn't have the money to support their cause? You notice that they went to Dr. Kiltz's house because he's got a lot of money. He's a rich man. This guy, I think he has a private airplane. He spends thousands of dollars. I remember one time in one of their fundraisers on the Homestead How channel, he donated $1,000. Like, wow, must be nice, right? But the thing is, for me, I'm a little strange because if I had money, I still wouldn't want to do that. I don't believe in organized charities. If I had money, what I would do, I would probably live the same way that I do now. Poor, unassuming, and not trying to impress anybody. And then what I would do, I'd look around and see how many people that I could know, make friends with, whatever. And then I would make investments. If I found somebody, maybe they were setting up a farm or maybe they wanted to start a business, and I knew the person personally, I said, you know what? I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to invest in your business. And then I would take the capital, put it into their business, and then I would let them do whatever they have to do. And of course, there's risk. You invest in someone's business, even if you get the highest quality people, 3/4 of those businesses are going to fail. So it's going to be money that's going to be lost. But in a way, think of it as like a charity. Instead of giving your money to a charity, I would be giving my money as an investment. And I would take equity in a company. And of course, when they go bankrupt, it's zero, it's negative. I get nothing. But at the very least, I was able to take that money and give someone a chance. Now, if even 25% of those businesses succeed, then what happens? Well, I get more money. Then my investment grows. Then I have extra money I can spend on another investment. And then that way, more people, especially, people that are younger, that are just starting out, that they have the right attitude, they deserve that. And people that are older, maybe they've gone down the corporate route and then things didn't work out for them, but they have a lot of experience. Maybe they're trying to start a business. And I'm a good judge of character. Once I meet people in person, I can pretty much judge what their character is. It's very hard to play games with me. And I know a lot of people, they fall for celebrities, but I'm not like that. See, I'm one of those people that if, for example, the president came to my house, let's say that all of a sudden I looked out the door and there was Donald Trump. I'd be, okay. Now, a lot of people I know, they'd be upset. My vegan friends would probably start throwing rocks. But I would say hello, just like anybody else coming to my door. Whether you're my neighbor down the street, you're a celebrity, or if you're the Mormons trying to sell me one of their books, I'm going to treat you exactly the same because that's the way that I am. I like to get to know people on a personal level. So, but I don't know what the reason is. And I think a lot of times I don't even try to go into it. So, all right, let's see. I would like to see you on the channel because you're healthy. Yes, this guy isn't a tearjerker. Okay. If it looks like a duck, waddles like a duck, and quacks like a duck, does it taste like a duck? I think it does. It might be Muscovy and taste like steak. Yeah, oh well. Somebody else knows the secret of the flying steak. They're delicious. Now I'm getting duck cravings. I was working at a job a few days ago. It was next to a little lake. And when I opened the sliding door to throw out some trash, there were ducks wagging their tail. And they were tame because in that apartment complex, they've been feeding them. I had my hand so close to Mr. Ducky. I was going to grab him, and I decided not to. I was, because the person I was working with was like, "What are you doing?" Because he knows I like duck. So he's thinking, "You're not going to put that thing in my truck." No. But what I didn't tell him is if I would have been there in my truck, I would have grabbed Mr. Ducky and I would have brought him here to my house for a duck re-education center. And as you know, I have my special area for re-educating and refeeding the ducks. Those canal ducks can be tough and not very flavorful. But after they've spent time in my backyard with plenty of tropical fruit and a little duck food, they will get nice and tender and delicious. Delicious. Okay. We're not going to talk about duck right now because my stomach is starting to tell me, hey, we need to eat something. Okay. All right. We got some conversations here. All right. So we got past that. Okay. Sirloin's delicious flavor. I tried sirloin, my local grocery store. Okay, let's see what else we got here. I got my first middle 70s tats. Okay, tattoos. I don't have tattoos. I have nature's tattoos, Freckles. There you go. You are so respectful, Rick. I'm so glad channel popped up. Well, thank you, Rosie Red. I'm so glad to see new people. Nourishment rejected. Hey, Ellie's here. What do you know? Hello, hello. Rick, are you tired of people asking if you play basketball? No, I've heard that ever since I was a teenager. I think it's kind of neat. Rosie Rick's live every Saturday morning. Yes, my nourishment was redacted, and God told me to start sharing my carnivore experience. There you go. Huge life-changing experience. And you know what? If you have success, share it with others. What I hate is when people say they're successful. It's like these financial flim-flammers. They try to tell you how to make money, my secret, my method, whatever, but you got to watch my video and pay me money. Like, no, that's nonsense. Okay. Those goose prices. Yeah, that gave me that scared me. My goose was cooked. Rick, it's time to pull out your 80s short shorts and play some basketball. Oh, you don't want to see me. Well, I could still wear the stupid things. If it was from 1988, I could still wear that. Some of the clothes I used to wear, I wouldn't wear. It's kind of interesting. Okay, I definitely will be following Rick. Well, I'm glad you're here. I'm always happy to have new people. I've always wanted a tattoo, but I'm a chicken when it comes to pain. I see tattoos as graffiti, It's like if you had a nicely restored 69 Charger and you spray graffiti on it. That's what I see a tattoo as. I don't like it. Okay, so what else do we have? Oh my God, Aaron, the visual. Yeah, right. And Dr. Nelson is here. See, this is another one that you see on a lot of these channels, and he's a success story too. You ought to check out his story. And he's somewhat popular now, so you'll see him. I think he also went to the meetup. So yeah, I think if you look at him, you can see he even looks better now than he did the first time I saw him. So the carnivore diet is working, even someone who's older in the medical profession. So say hi. And again, get to know these people because we're the elite in this group. We're the ones that we're really serious about the carnivore lifestyle. It's not just a diet, it's a lifestyle. And let's see here. Tellman. Okay, we got some there. Duck eggs, definitely better than chicken eggs. Hey, any egg that's natural, I think, is better than something poor animal stuffed in a building. I kind of feel guilty about it. But until I can move and have my own, then, I'm stuck buying the store eggs. And eggs are expensive. Movie goats. I have no tattoos. I have no piercings. Good for you. I like that. I don't either. I'll never get a tattoo. And I don't like the idea. If I have a piercing, I try to take it out. I've had pieces of metal go in my hand. I got a scrape, a couple days ago. You can see I get injuries from time to time, but they go away rather quickly. Aaron, you have universe skin. You look super young. Yes, she does. She does. Let's see. I'm fantastic. Hope you're well. Same, Aaron. We're elite. Yeah, we are the elite. Thanks, girls. Dr. Nelson. He is a legend. Yes, he is. Check out his channel. Check out his story. You're going to see it on a lot of channels. And another thing you'll notice, a lot of the carnivore channels, they like to sit in a chair and you have all the squeaks and noises and whatever. You'll notice that I generally don't sit in a chair. I do my videos either on the couch in the living room or on my bed, which is where I'm at right now. And you'll notice the way that I sit. I don't like sitting up straight. I sit like sideways. I can pretty much put my foot over my head. I like being flexible, and I think that's one of the things about the carnivore lifestyle. You don't have the aches and pains, so you can stay flexible. That's me. I really like that. I know people that can't even see their own feet. They have to go to the doctor and get their toes trimmed. I could practically bite my own off if I had to, which is probably not something you want to hear. But, I don't understand that. I can reach my back. I can reach every part of my body. I don't have to. There was a commercial one time called a comfort wipe, which was a stick you put your toilet paper on. I'm thinking, man, how sick do you have to be if you can't reach your own rear end? That's pretty sad. So, I just like the kind of free and easy life that comes with eating the carnivore diet, keeping your stress down. Because remember, it's not just the carnivore diet that's gonna keep you as healthy as possible. It's also having the relaxed attitude and having control. You need control. When you're out of control, you're going to act crazy. And you see some of these YouTubers blowing up. And again, this is why my channel doesn't have a lot of subscribers. I don't blow up. You never see me going on a rant and blowing up. And I don't attack other channels because I know that we're all human beings and people are selfish. And I realize that a certain amount of selfishness is beneficial. The problem is not the selfishness, it's the how can I put it, pathogenic, or it just, when the selfishness is at the expense of other people, then it's a problem. But when the selfishness is for self-preservation and to build yourself, that's a good thing. So if you got to take time out, now if you're like me and you live alone, no one's going to tell you what to do, except maybe the code enforcement that's trying to harass you. But if you have a wife and kids or whatever, you got to take time out for them. You can't neglect them because, again, especially if you're married, you're going to have, that's another part of you. And again, I don't know if you believe in the Bible or not, but if you do, then you have to understand that there's a lot of wisdom in there. And if you're an atheist, that's fine too. The way religion is nowadays, with all the lies and all the nonsense they give you, just flip on one of these religious channels and you're going to see a used car salesman telling you, and they're dramatic and they flap their hands around and they do all this nonsense. Look at how they live. You'll see them with a giant mansion and a fancy car and a private jet or a yacht or whatever, and they're asking you for money. So on one hand, they say God will provide, but on the other hand, they got their hand out. So what does that tell you? It tells you you're being scammed. But if you do want to learn a little bit of wisdom and how people used to think, you can open up the Bible, hit Proverbs, and look at some of the sayings that are in there, and you'll see that there's a lot of truth to it. So even if you don't believe in, you don't have any faith or anything like that, check it out. People spend time reading history, and I believe that the Bible is the longest collection of writings that are in continuous print. So there must be something to it, and you can learn a lot. Learning a lot about how people think is really going to be important. And I know a lot of people that were in business or in business, they use Proverbs as a way of sort of getting ideas and ways of thinking of the world. And I do believe that 100%. And again, even if you're an atheist, it might be a good idea, because I think most people in this part of the world do have some religious belief. It might be a great way that you can understand how they think. Because a lot of times, if you don't understand how a person thinks, then you're going to fail. And because if you're going to avoid problems, you need to be able to read people and how they do things. And, it's important. Now, as for people that go to church, if you have an organization, you may have a religious organization that aligns with your beliefs. That's an advantage, because then you can meet like-minded people, especially in today's world where people tend to be alone. It's like a social club. If you're an atheist, I guess you have to find something else. Maybe you have a group that gets together to play a certain game, or maybe you have a certain hobby or whatever. But being able to find people who have similar interests is a great way because, again, if you know my theory, which is based on the second law of thermodynamics or entropy, everything tends to a greater disorder. But if you look at the natural world, you'll see I can look in my yard and see all the plants. Plants do better when they grow in groups. When you have different species growing together, they're more resistant to pests, they're more resistant to disease. When you have all the same plant growing together, think about bananas and how they're planted in South America, which is an area that they're not native to, and they're hybridized, so they don't produce seed, they can't reproduce naturally. You have all the same species growing over a large area. All it takes is one disease to destroy them all. And the thing is, when you have people that are isolated, they're an easy target. So this is important. Okay. No tats. I thought about doing red earring tat. Okay. A little crappy. Yeah, that's the other thing. When you get old, those tattoos are not something that's going to do it. Rick, they call those sticks butt buddy. Okay. That sounds like a little more information that I would want to know. That may be like some of the guys that hang out with other guys all the time. Proverbs is my favorite part of the Bible. Yes, I agree, 100%. Proverbs separates the sheep from the goats. Yes, it does. Love my Bible and truth. Can't get it in the church. Now, a lot of the churches I think are out there. They're marketing. They want money. So, great call, Booby. Hi, Ellen. Terry, I'm so glad. Okay, got that. Thinks tattoos are so ugly. I don't know if they're really ugly, but I think that they distract. It's like when you see a building that's abandoned, the first thing you do is look for the graffiti. It looks like that. So a lot of times when people have the tattoos, you might think of less than someone that doesn't. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's true, but I always thought, what was the mentality on getting graffiti on your skin? I don't really know what that's all about. Okay, I listen to audio Bible all the time when I'm not doing this. Well, that's good. Many cowards of the pulpit? Yes, there are. People need people. That is correct. We are social creatures. And there's Scooby the dog. There we go. I got it. Hugs on Thursday. Excellent. One of the ladies at my latest Bible study group has started to get curious about carnivore. Well, there you go. I think because I've been losing weight. Now, again, when people see results, this is it. This is why a lot of scammers, they get away with what they do. They'll rent some overpriced car. They'll live in some McMansion or condo in Miami, and they use that as a way of showing success. Now, in the weight loss space, if you're going to lose weight or if you're going to sell some bodybuilding product or program, looking the part is very important. But I think in our case, those of us that are on this lifestyle and are doing it without really marketing it, you're going to get curiosity and people are going to want to understand. So if you have a Bible study group, and I've noticed when you drive by the churches here, there's a lot of fat people. So maybe some of you people that go to church, you might want to mention to others your lifestyle. And again, there's nothing unscriptural about being carnivore. I know some people like Seventh-day Adventists and all that, they try to push their vegetarian ideal, although I don't think they're really, most of them are vegetarians. My friend Russ, he's from the Seventh-day Adventist background. He tells me most of them do eat meat, but it's like an ideal that they have. But I think a lot of times, people that know you, and again, there's this rule, which I don't remember who created it, that says that you can really only know about 50 people. So if you have a group of people that you know, it might be a good idea to try to share your lifestyle with them and see if maybe they might be interested in it. So, okay. Ladies, okay. I want to believe, but I struggle most days. I wasn't there. I miss my Nana, my Ruffles, my dog. Well, people die and pets die. You'll find others. You find new people. You got new pets. I've had several cats. My current one is Milton. And I'm sure after he's gone, if I'm still around, I'll find another pet. Plus, I've had ducks that were pets. Okay, make it simple. Be childlike in belief. That's right. It's snowing again. Boy, lucky you. It's just hot here. Got my poor air conditioner working overtime. Betos is one of my favorite preachers. Okay. Message is simple. Juicy deer. Yeah, right. I get a big hug from my doctor and the nurse. I need all the hugs because I found out my doctor didn't get all the skin cancer. I know people that have had skin cancer removed. It's an ongoing thing. Thank you. Emotional today. Jesus ate meat. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. He actually, I know he ate fish. That's for sure. I guess church is what turned me off of religion instead of religions itself. My church was full of the most judgmental people. Yeah, yeah, right. That is a problem. And it's like the Pharisees that they talk about. The Pharisees would judge everybody else, but they themselves, what was it? You have the straw in somebody else's eye, and you have the beam in your own eye, that kind of thing. And again, if you really, even if you don't believe in God, you might want to check out the Bible because you need to understand the way that a lot of people think. You're raised on this information, and it's valid. And it's like looking back into history. It's not really something that was written as a marketing campaign. It was just something that was put together of the experiences that people had. So it's great because you can get a view onto where we've come from. Our heritage comes from there. Okay, we've been lucky so far this year. Not much snow. That's good. Huggy kissy person. Yeah, that's the opposite of me. Church is great too. I watch a lot of online churches, and again, you can learn a lot about the mentality of people by going to church or watching some of their sermons if that's what you're into. Tattoos can tell the story of your life. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I look forward to your next show, Rick. Hey, I'm glad that you do. I became a follower of God. Now, there you go. My baby girl was born and became a mother. Well, there you go. That's a miracle right there, being able to produce children. Harper Valley PTA. I remember that. I think of church leader. Yeah, right. Yeah, that's an oldie right there. Oh, that can happen. Nothing worse than an overweight, unhealthy doctor telling us how to be healthier. And that was the thing. The last time I went to a doctor was in 1996. I was 28 years old. And he was warning me about how high my cholesterol was. And this guy would breathe hard when he was just sitting there, not doing anything. He was fat. He was in his 40s, I believe. And, a lot of these fat people, and I have to say, I do call people fat. I'm sorry, because I'm not going to lie to somebody. If someone is fat and they ask me if they think I'm fat, I'll say, yeah, I think you're fat. And they may get mad at me, but I'm just telling the truth. And I'm not saying that fat is a bad thing, but what I hate about when someone's really fat is the way their face is. The chin sticks out and their lips stick out there and they breathe when they talk. It's like really, it's kind of disgusting. And the way that they look, they move around, they waddle around. It's just not a good thing. Now, again, I have friends that are fat, and they know that they're fat. I mean, how can you deny you're fat? But I'm not saying they're disgusting. But the fact that someone would let themselves become fat like that, because being fat is not something that is unavoidable. It's a choice. You don't see starving people that are fat. You can starve yourself and be skinny, but you're going to damage your metabolism. And I don't say that fat people are just destroying themselves deliberately. I think that a lot of times they're doing it because they don't know any better. So the question is the fat person willingly making themselves fat, or are they doing it unwillingly? And I know someone who's fat who is trying to lose weight, and he's on the keto diet right now, and he is losing weight, but it's going very slowly. And I told him, look, as long as you're not gaining weight and you're not gaining fat, that's the main thing. Don't worry about the scale. Think about how you feel and how you look. And the thing is, he's actually looking better. Now, he's 30 something and he's still fat, still got the big old stomach. But what I noticed about him is that his face isn't as fat and he's not breathing as hard when he's sitting. Also, he seems to be getting his arms are more defined. So I said, look, you're going to lose weight in different places. It takes a while. It took you, 30 something years to become obese. And then over time, I think it's going to improve. And I've seen people that are still fat, but they've been eating a better diet, they've been exercising, and they start to gain muscle in their legs and arms and maybe other parts. And they actually look better. They're still fat, but they look better. And you can't expect to overnight become a model or something. It's not going to happen. I mean, look, I'm not a model, I'm skinny. I don't have the kind of body that most people would chase after. But if you can improve your health and you can reduce the rate that you're getting fatter, and you go to the doctor and you see your blood sugar control is better, you start to see these things happening. Yeah, your cholesterol might go up, whatever. but it takes time to get out of a bad situation. You're not going to be able to just replace your engine like in a car and drive real nice. It takes time to adjust everything. Remember, it would be like rebuilding an engine while it's running. Your body has to be able to rebuild itself little by little while you're still using it. And that's the secret right there. So, anyway, all right. So, we got comments running in now. That's a very good thing. All right. Let's see. Okay. I don't go to church for the people. I go to further my relationship with the Lord. That's fine. They don't let sinners in church, so won't be home. That's not a problem. It's just that some people learn better on their own. Some people learn with others. Okay, I always wanted that people would tell me not to call myself that. All right, so we got some comments here. I was almost 300 pounds, Booby Goat says, and didn't think that I was fat. See, the brain is a funny thing. That's correct. Why ask if they're not going to like the answer? Well, that's true too. That's what I believe. I tell myself slow and steady wins the race, and it does. And the thing is, there's no sense to kill yourself. It's like if your car breaks down and you got to go a mile, you don't have to run there, just walk. Take your time. You'll get to the auto parts sooner or later. Or if you're like me, you get smart and you put a bike in your truck. And that way, when you break down, you have more options for the auto parts. It's amazing all the many intelligent health tips and opinions that people give out to others. Well, they do that, I think, because they're trying to compensate for their own failures. And some of the people I know that failed the most were the ones that gave me the most advice, telling me how to make money, telling me how to change my diet and all that. And they were usually the ones that were always in the hole. I've gained recently on the scale, but I'm smaller. See, that's the thing. You're firmer. Weight is not the only thing. Water and muscle weighs more than fat. Fat always floats to the top. So when you're losing fat, and again, your body doesn't want to lose weight. This is the reason why you're fat in the first place. You've been feeding it crap, and you've been doing what you've been feeding, like regular snacks and all that. You're telling your body that you're going to go into starvation mode. So what does it do? It loads up. It's like me when there's a sale on beef at the store. If they have, top round for $1.99 a pound, and I saw it, I would run to my box. I would take whatever I have in there, a few $100s. I'd run down to the Fresco y Mas or whoever has a sale and buy a ton of it. And then my freezer's stuffed. I can't even have any room to put any more meat in there. Then there's another sale on meat. What do? I go there. Well, now my other freezer's stuffed. I got no room. I have to use a clamp to hold my refrigerator shut because nothing goes in there. So what's the next thing I do? I'll grab my extra freezer and start loading it up. Your body does the same thing, because it figures, hey, I'm going to get all this while I can. But if you never use it, what ends up happening? You get more and more fat. It's like the people I know that hoard their freezer and they end up giving it to me because somebody died or moved, and you have all this meat sitting in there and there's nothing that you can do with it. So that's that. So yeah, it's kind of important to understand slow and steady wins the race. All right. When you can sit down and your socks and shoes, yeah, exactly, without the visceral fat. That's the other thing. And you tend to lose the visceral fat first, and you might not even see that at first. I gained recently on the scale. All right, I've gained 5 pounds recently due to being on steroids, and that happens too. Today is my last day. Okay, I've had so many overweight people tell me that eating carnivore will kill me. And see, that's what Peter says, he can use the Rick's heart attack diet mantra to let them know that it's not the truth. What time Saturday morning will you be on here, Rick? I start at 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, and I go until the number of subscribers that are watching drops below a certain amount. Usually between 2 to 3 hours. Going to church has helped my emotional health. I need a connection. See, being by yourself isn't the best thing for everybody. Thanks for starting my morning off right. Okay, that's it. I'm sure some of you will head over to, what's his name? Old Man Carnivore Mitch's channel because it's more popular. You may get a few hundred people or whatever. So you might want to try that. I see my rate has dropped to 38 right now because his channel is starting. So you can watch him drink coffee and maybe smoke cigars and talk about all the current events and maybe a few people that he doesn't like. So that you can do that as well. Okay, I remember the word husky. I remember that word too. That's what they used to tell kids when they were overweight. My top weight was 379, and unless I went to a theme park, I couldn't fit. Wow. Well, you know what? If you weigh more than 350 pounds and you happen to be in Las Vegas, why don't you check out the Heart Attack Grill? Because you can eat for free at the Heart Attack Grill if you weigh more than 350 pounds. And no, I'm not being sponsored by the Heart Attack Grill, but that's something to keep in mind if you want to treat yourself and probably be laughed at in the process. But beware, if you don't finish your meat at the Heart Attack Grill, you're going to get spanked by one of their so-called nurses. I need to make a video about the Heart Attack Grill one of these days, although I haven't been to Vegas since 2005, and I don't intend on going back anytime soon. All right, so I hope you do this every Saturday, Rick. I am trying to. Now, once in a while, I may have to be delayed because I do like to hit the neighborhood yard sale on Saturday morning. But what I'll try to do is go there at like 7 in the morning when they set up, and then I'll run my stream. And then after that, I'll hit the yard sale again. I love to. There's also a ham fest or ham radio sale they have down at the university. I may go to that. I'm going to see if I can find some Wi-Fi or some way where I can stream it. I may even do like a remote stream or something like that. Okay, I'm staying with you where the sunshine is. Well, thank you very much for that. And Target Prime Rib, all right. I see that Thomas is still here. Well, that's good. Papa, well, Peter's still here too. I guess you didn't all go to Mitch's live stream. And don't feel bad. If there's anything you miss here, I do enable the replay of the chat. So you can always come back to my channel at any time. And again, I'm not trying to compete with anybody else's live. I only do this one day out of the week, and I will only do this one day out of the week on my own. I will join in other people's live streams whenever I can, but I do not want to compete with anybody else. And I know some people are making money off of this, which I am not. I am not monetized. I really don't want to be monetized because I just don't see the point of it. Get $50 extra a month for what? I could haul off one truckload of crap and get $150. So there's no reason for me to do that. In fact, it kind of offends me when I think about people doing memberships and stuff like that because it kind of goes against my whole anti-subscription model. If I sell somebody a product or service, I like to do it as a one-time thing. I might fix your air conditioner, or I might build something for you, or I might clean out your property so you can rent it out, or I might fix your car. There's a lot of things that I can do. Okay, so let's see. Let's see what we got here. I know I'll never, ever gain the weight in the sense that I'm going to be carnivore forever. Yeah, that's right. Carnivore is the easiest eating lifestyle to maintain. You don't have to check any blood levels, stand on a scale, or count calories. That is correct. Okay, you lost 120 pounds. Thomas, yes. And if you check out Thomas's story, you can see that he's even had body parts removed because of his blood sugar issues. So you might want to look at him. And again, check out everybody, even if you have to write it down, or go back and check my chat. Look at all the people, the elites that have gone into my chat and see their story. Every one of them is someone you might want to check out. And even if they don't have a YouTube channel, other than just to be on YouTube, see if they have a story, because a lot of the more popular channels do like to interview people. And again, I've already been interviewed by a lot of channels. So all you got to do, if you want to see a video with me in it, look for Rick, the 40-year carnivore, look for the carnivore quack, look for ducks and iguanas and carnivore, and you'll find me. And anytime you see a food called heart attack chicken, heart attack turkey, heart attack duck, heart attack burger, you will find me there as well. Okay. I can't wait for autumn. Love your channel, Rick. Great approach to live streams. Well, thank you, Tetman. I am glad that you are here. If you get monetized, they don't pay out unless you make $100. I like hauling scrap. Yeah, to scrapyard pays more. It does. Hi, Rick. I lost over 60 pounds. Then some of the women I know said that I was only half the man I used to be. Well, there you go. Look at that. That's a good thing. Chat man here with Rick is the sunshine. Well, we got plenty of sunshine outside too. Hey, Target, keep up the great work. Friend of mine, carnivore, for 1 year now, went from 290 to 182. There you go. Nothing again. I'm still here. Nothing against Mitch, but there's only so many channels I can follow, and you are the one I want to keep, Rick. Well, thank you, Bruce. And again, I only do it 1 day out of the week. I'm too busy working other days. You'll never see me do a live stream on any day except Saturday because I'm working. And if I do go live, it's going to be at night with another channel. So that's the thing. And again, Tuesday night, I will be on with Russ Mitchell, the Keto Cookout. And on that, the chats do come up and you can join us. So if you want to join us, Russ posts the link. I'm too cheap to pay for StreamYard because I'm broke. So on my channel, you can't go live, but I will rig my computer eventually where the comments will come up. And another thing I'm going to bring back is when I first went on YouTube, before they had streaming, I had Rick's call-in show. And I had it rigged to my mixer so you could call in and I would be able to. And I had my old 1A2 phone set up on the desk. It's a shame that YouTube deleted my old videos. Now, I did find, I think, some of my old videos. Oh, here we go. There they are. Oh, crap. Oh, well. Anyway, when I started on YouTube, these are brand new tapes. This is what I was using. And then I started using these. Now, this is one of my old tapes. And hopefully, if I can find, my camera broke. It's like a little mini DV tape. There may be some of my old YouTube videos on these tapes. And I think my channel would get a huge boost if you could see me. Now, I started YouTube in 2007, and I made several videos. If you saw what I looked like in 2007 compared to now, you'll notice that I still have the same mannerism, still have the same sinus issues. This spot over here wasn't as pronounced because I didn't have that accident. But my eyes have always been sort of dark looking, whatever. I look almost the same. It really is quite shocking when you see that. And that's been 17 years, 16 years, whatever, and I haven't changed much. And my style was the same. The thing is, when I was doing those YouTube channels, I was disproving scams. And one of those scams, which I actually found it, were these little portable evaporative air conditioners that people were selling. And then all the scams on how to make water into fuel and all that. I did a bunch of those videos, and they were entertaining. And it was such a threat that some of the other YouTubers had me shut down. So I think that was one of those interesting things. It's part of my history. The thing about me, I tend to be a really good predictor of trends. You know, I mean, I'm sure you've probably seen Gerald Salenti with his Trends Journal or whatever. Well, I'm the carnivore version of that. I can see things happening in the future. I am so good at it, it's shocking. But the problem is, I think, really long term. I predicted the downfall of Miami back in the 1980s. I knew exactly what this place would turn into, and it happened exactly as I said. It's a high-rise hell to the east, and it's a bunch of, packed-in boxes in my area. And I also predicted that people would become fatter, and they would become shorter over time. When I was a kid, people were getting taller. Now they're shorter. I also predicted a lot of the illegals that came here. I predicted what would happen with industry, how it would leave. I predicted everything. It's shocking how much I've been able to predict. But the thing is, my nature says, oh, it can't be that bad. But the thing is, it's always worse, because what I've learned over time is that everyone takes the easy way out. And if you have a choice between fixing a problem the right way or simply covering it up and moving on, most people are going to cover it up and move on. And that's the one thing I have noticed very much so. All right. So let's see. Comments here. Okay. It's rough to listen to the sob stories over and over again. I can no longer take the crying. Time to buy another freezer. Yes. I keep an extra one, And let's see. Thomas, you're looking good. Yes, he is, isn't he? I did the same before I went full carnivore through intermittent fasting. Yeah, that's right. Intermittent fasting works for some people. No drama channel here. No, we're not about drama. We're about problem solving. We're not about trashing other channels or playing games or whatever. We're problem solving. Okay. William, and it's my style. Yes, well, I'm glad. Rosie Red definitely likes this channel. Love the idea of a call in. It's coming. It's coming. I think it's going to be fun. One guy who will not be going over to OMC Rick. That ship has sailed. Okay, good. I know the channel you're talking about. I also started fasting. I remember the camera with the little tapes. Yes, you need a special VHS to play them. And my camera broke. I've been hitting the yard sales. Now, I haven't been going to the yard sales because I'm doing this. But I think after I finish this, I'm going to hit the yard sales. Somebody has to have one of these DV cameras out there. And then that way I can do it. So I'll find it. I also checked the Goodwill around the corner, but they haven't had anything. I'm listening while I fix my breakfast. Okay, booby, when I did my intermittent fasting. Okay. The problem is getting sad, caused me so many GI issues. Well, you know what? You're going to have to be very strict to try to get rid of those intestinal issues. I think for many people, the fatty beef diet or the so-called BBBE diet is good, but some people even have sensitivity to eggs. You're going to have to experiment. And this is something that all of us need to kind of share is what worked. I can't help you with that because I've never had the digestive issues. I can eat any meat that I want and I don't have a problem. Okay, I don't know. That's so bad. Hopefully your brother will go carnivore. Yes, Rosie, you're making me hungry. Breakfast, that's good. I've been doing a lot of OMAD or 20-hour fasting. Yeah, good. Rosie, I am so much better, and I really don't believe it's a histamine issue. All right. In my eyes, Michael Prager says, my eyes, if you're reading, pretty strict carnivore diet when you're hungry. I guess he meant eating. Eat if you're hungry. Don't eat. Okay, that's fine. And I have to go. It's really late. Well, Annabella, we're glad you were here. And again, if you decide, just look for me on Tuesday on Russ Mitchell's live stream. You can join in that as well. And again, for anyone that is watching this after the replay, you can feel free to leave comments underneath in the comments section if there's something you want to ask me. And again, my email address, if you need to email me, is in the YouTube description of my channel. We still have 34 people now, which is pretty good. All right. And let's see. Tom and Rosie, how's the traffic? Okay, these are conversations. The trick is knowing the difference. I hear our president maybe attending in person. I'm not sure what that is, but I'm making your heart attack chicken wings today. I got some chicken left over. I'm going to have heart attack chicken for lunch. Oh, I love heart attack chicken. It's so good. And Trump is showing up on Sunday. I wonder where that is. And Bruce said, in 2 years, 2 years into carnivore, Michael Fregler, everything's working out great. Now, again, you said, Michael Fregler, that you are also working out. You're in the carnivore diet, and that's great. You know, it's really important that those of us that are on the carnivore diet start sharing this with other people because, you know, we've been ignored for a very long time. And I have to admit that I thought that I was the only one. I thought I was the only person in the whole world, basically, that was living on the heart attack diet. And I was expecting to die, really. I was thinking, man, I'm going to drop dead, but I feel so good. And the thing is, when I compare myself to other people, as skinny as I am and as unhealthy as I look, when it comes time to push a car that broke down, pick up heavy objects, dig a hole, you know, do something, climb up a tree, or all these things that need to be done, get into a really small space to work on something. If any of you own a skid steer loader or even know what it is, and you've ever tried to work on one, you got to be a contortionist to get in some of those spots. And I can do it. I'm one of those people that can get in some really tight areas. I'm the guy that can get under the sink in the cabinet to do the plumbing. And I'm 6'6". How can I do that? Well, being skinny helps, but being on the carnivore diet and not having any of those, you know, aches or pains or whatever. And I know people that are in their 20s that have aches or pains. I have a friend that his son, and this guy is amazing physique. He's lean, he's muscular, you know. You look at him as like, wow, I would love to look like that. But he can't sit down like I do. I sit down, I can do the sit and stand test, which I posted on my channel a while back. He can't do that because as soon as he gets down on the floor, that's it. He has to struggle to get up. And I find that shocking. But then when I see what he eats, you know, the chips, the snacks, and when he does have a burger, it's loaded with ketchup. It's like spaghetti and meatballs. I mean, really? It's not the rice. No, I can't eat any of that. And the thing is, if I've tried to eat those foods, then I get sick. I'll get diarrhea. If somebody gives me food that has a little duck food in it, it will torture me. Even certain spices can do it. In fact, I ate while I was working yesterday. I ate some meat, stuff that I brought, which was fine, but I also ate some fish that they cooked up. Had a little spice to it. Well, this morning I had to use a bathroom, which I normally don't use a bathroom till lunchtime. It wasn't. I mean, I noticed a little discomfort, but it wasn't extreme. But again, that's just from spices, which are natural. I've eaten this way for so long that a lot of foods that people consider normal, I can't do. And I got a friend that loves to spice his food. He pours it on the meat and all that. And you know what I do the first thing when he makes meat? I take it over to the garden hose and I rub it, I scrub it off, and I eat it. You know, I mean, it still has spice in it, but even after washing all that off, I had to eat it. A friend of mine gave me some ham. I love ham. But as soon as I touched it, it was slimy. And I go, is there something wrong with this? And I took a little taste of it and it had a sweet taste to it. I'm like, ew, how nasty. What is that? Oh, it's honey ham. Like, oh, no. So what did I do? I got a clean bucket. I put the ham in the bucket and I started rinsing it and washing it and rinsing it. I rinsed it over the faucet and I ate it. And it was fine. It didn't bother me. It tasted good. But with the honey glaze on it, it was inedible. It was ruined. And I've had other times where people make me a barbecue and they had barbecue sauce on it. Well, I carried a stiff bristle brush, which was some kind of natural bristle. And what I would do, I would carry a container. I have a tray. You put clean water in it. You put the steak in it, and then you scrub it and get all that nasty steak sauce off of it. And then you put salt on it, and then you scrub it again. And then what I do, I just throw it on the engine, because usually when I go somewhere the engine's still hot, throw it on the engine. And then while you talk to your friends, it takes about 10, 15 minutes, and it's nice and hot. And you end up with a delicious steak, and all that rub and all that sauce and everything is gone. And it actually tastes pretty good if you do it right. So, and I I see, like, for example, on the Homestead Hal channel, everybody has these little tiny salt shakers or whatever. I'm thinking, no. In my truck, I keep a bag of salt. And I mean a bag that I use for drawing out all that nastiness that people put in the food. And the bag is sealed in a plastic container so the salt doesn't get out and rust out the floor of my truck. But I do keep salt with me. And it's all homemade salt that I made from the groundwater down in the Keys. So it's a natural salt. There's no microplastics that I know of. It comes through coral rock. So, but that's how I make my salt. And I have a lot of it. And I use a blender to grind it up. And the thing is, eventually it turns into another rock. But I have a vacuum pump that I remove the air from it to store my salt. Okay. We still have 36 people. It's gone down. I'm sure that at least 10 people have left. I mean, some people have left because we've been on way too long. But I think other people are watching, Okay, let's see. I'm watching, but I know Mitch. Yeah. Again, if you want to go to Mitch's live stream, that's fine. It doesn't matter to me. But he does have one every day. I have one once a week, as not to compete. And I think he moved his live stream from 8:30 to 9:30. Now, a lot of times I can't join in his live stream because by 9:30 I'm already on the job site, and it's very difficult for me, especially when I'm working hard, to be able to listen to it. So, what can you do? Now, Jonathan says he had a good live. I'm going to check out yours after I'm done here when I get some time and see what it is. Sorry I couldn't be there. Yes, family. There you go. Yes, faintly. Okay. I attempted to make bacon and rosebuds. All right. So that's good. Used to be a huge NASCAR fan. I went to the race. All the professional sports went woke. I gave them up. I hate professional sports. Sitting around. Like I said, I like to do something and be productive. The only reason I'm sitting here is because I think that me spending my time here is being productive because I am a source of encouragement to some people. And it's also a source of encouragement to me to realize that I am not the forgotten black sheep, but I actually do have an elite group of people who see my channel as value. I don't have the money to donate to anyone, but I can donate my time, which I think is one of the most, I would say, valuable things, because it's the one thing that all of us have equally is time until we kick the bucket. All right. What else do we have here? When I was in the Navy, we used to cook our steaks, yes, on the main turbine engine. See that I'm not the only one that uses that heat source to its advantage. You see, that's good. Just got here. Late to Rick's Saturday morning carnivore cartoon. Well, being late is better than not being here at all. And you're not late because you're just like in the later group. You know, a lot of times you may have a movie where people go to the matinee or whatever. I remember when I was a kid, you know, there might be another movie coming in later. This is not all the same show. There's like the morning part, and then there's a later morning part. There's different parts to this experience. So being here whenever you come is a good thing. As long as you have some time where you can put a comment. Remember, this is a somewhat interactive experience, although you can't directly, you know, put it out. I mean, everybody can see on the left side over there that the chat is going up. So it is somewhat interactive. I don't like it. A lot of these live streams, people will rant and rant and rant and rant. They never pay attention to the comments. And I start losing it, you know. And I do watch some of the popular live streams. I mean, I'll watch the Homestead House channel. I'll watch, obviously, Anthony Chafee's channel because I'm moderator in the channel. But, you know, a lot of these channels I'll watch. But after a while, I just kind of get, you know, and I got stuff to do. And a lot of times I can turn the computer on and do stuff while I'm listening to it. So I don't have to be here 100%. Okay, I'm sorry, Rick. Mitch has been so lately. I don't even want to watch. Well, you know what? That's a choice. And the thing is, if he's not serving the needs of his viewers, they will move away. But some people thrive on that. They like the controversy. Why would anyone want to watch Old Guy when this one is upbeat and interesting? Well, thank you. See, I think Rosie Red is one of my new fans, I have to admit. Really, really good. And again, those of you that are here that don't have videos, you might want to try to put some videos on there so we can get an idea of who you are. Because once I get my crappy truck running, I'm going to do, hopefully, a Rick road trip where I start visiting some of my friends and some of my new friends to see what's going on. And I like that. Okay. Good morning, DS. Yeah, DS111. Again, better late than never. I'm doing both. He is talking about ASMR. Interesting. Let's check that out. Question. Here we have another question. Hey, Rick, we are here in Canada. Would like to get into, we get into a lot of trouble for going after them ducks. Well, your ducks, it's like the Ballard ducks here, you know, that you have to get they're government owned. All wildlife is owned by the government, and you have to get special permission to be able to hunt them. Because again, we don't live in a free world. We live in a world of control. The ducks that we have in my yard are called Muscovy ducks. They're like chickens. They're not wildlife. They are what they call feral animals, or what they call pests. It's like a cockroach. Nobody wants to preserve a cockroach. So they see the Muscovy ducks as cockroaches. But unlike cockroaches, they're friendly and fun, and they're delicious. I don't think I want to eat cockroaches. That's not my thing. In fact, why would I eat the food that my food eats? Instead of eating nasty cockroaches, I could eat delicious duck eggs that were produced by ducks eating cockroaches. Okay. All right. I brought my mom on. We spoke about, I got to check that out. I know Jonathan was talking about getting his mom on there. I want to see that. I'm going to watch Jonathan's. I always watch Jonathan's videos. That's just one of my channel favorites. Target Prime Riv. I turned him off. I can watch him anytime. This is your time, right? Hey, there you go, Thomas. I agree with that. Well, and again, you can join us on Tuesday night on Russ's channel like you have before. I enjoyed my first day on the chat. I will be back. Thank you all for your thoughtful comments. Have a great day, everyone. Well, thank you, Tatman1212. Good to have you here. I've got to get down to the gym. There you go, and get my workout done. That's very important. The later I let it go, the more likely I'll get it done. I'll have to check out your channel, see if you have videos on there. Again, I like to see what my viewers look and sound like so I can get a better idea of the personality type, which is a good thing. See you, Ted. See, and again, you say hi and bye to each other. That's good. It's like having a community. Wow, that is cool, Rick. You are always invited here. Well, there you go. See, I am. I've tried recording videos. They turn out so bad. There's no way I'm posting them. If you don't feel comfortable with it, don't do it. But you'll find a way. Post in Bruce, which reminds me, I need to subscribe to your channel. Yeah, right? I was late because of my pattern lately. Going to sleep at 7 p.m. Awake at 1:30 a.m. Okay. Hey, time change, whatever. Time for me to go to run sprints. There you go. Michael, great. Keep your workout. Keep that body in good shape because remember, it's up to you. It's like a piece of equipment. You have to maintain it. You could have a tractor that's 70 years old and it works just as fine as a brand new one, maybe better because the brand new ones have a computer. Some of us old timers, we do pretty good because not only if you're fit, you also got the mind and experience to go with it. Okay, let's see. I guess we can flip flop back and forth. Yes, you can. Sometimes I listen to multiple channels at once. It's quite funny. Of course, my coach is a small love seat. My couch is small love seat. Yeah, that's fine. Yes, I could. Cheers, Rick. I appreciate your support. Also, thanks for the recent writing videos. I enjoyed listening to those before bed. Yes, the radio voice is in full effect. I would happily pay a subscription fee. Well, thank you, Jonathan. I know Jonathan also does cycling. The reason I started doing that is because I was thinking, man, when do I have time to make a video? I'm always working. I'm not going to make a video when I'm over there digging a hole, banging on something, cutting something. You know, my job involves all kinds of noise. And it's amazing. My hearing is still good. I don't really use ear protection. But somehow I'm around equipment. Sometimes if I'm running a piece of equipment, I can't do it because you're, you know. Have you ever tried to record a video from inside a skid steer? It doesn't work very well. So again, all right, let's see. Okay, I'm back. We just finished breakfast. Thank you, Ellie. I'm stuffed. That's good. I hope you had a delicious carnivore breakfast. And then Jonathan continues to have you on a semi-frequent radio show on YouTube. Yes, I can see value in that. I agree with that 100%. Mitch is still going through the morning hello stuff. He does need to change the format some. Well, again, he will adjust or he will become obsolete. That's just the way it is with all these channels. I've seen many channels grow and then fall apart. It just happens. But he's smart. He'll figure it out. He's not stupid. I see a lot of the way I think in him, which is kind of interesting. So I think that's why I like his channel. You know, it's just one of those things. I don't consider any channel to be competition. I consider us to be all part of the same team. You know what I mean? It's like this silly people that believe in the Santa Claus nonsense. Every shopping mall had a Santa Claus, and they weren't really in competition with each other. They were just serving that region. So it's the same thing with the carnivore community. Unlike a lot of communities, there is no leader. There is no carnivore guru. It's a combination of people, and we all come from different places. So you may be the person that is into video gaming, and you might find a video gaming carnivore. You may be the carnivore bodybuilder. You may be the carnivore farmer. You may be the carnivore whatever. You may be the carnivore quack like me. And so if you're one of the quacks, you might want to join into the quack squad or the quack pack. You know, it's like they used to have the scat pack in Mopar. This is a quack pack. You know, it's for quacks that don't like to eat duck food, because in the duck community, all ducks would eat duck food, but a quack in the duck community would be a carnivore because they don't want to eat duck food. And believe it or not, ducks prefer meat over anything else. It's like chickens. People think that chickens eat corn and soy and all that. They prefer bugs and meat. Chickens love meat. And I got news for you. Chickens love to eat chicken. And I've had people with chicken, and there's some wild chickens out there. I wonder if chicken eat chicken. I said, they sure do. Oh, I don't believe it. Like, I tell you what, you buy me a steak if they eat the meat, or if they don't eat the meat, I'll buy you a steak. Okay, fine. And I always end up with free steaks. That's the way it works. All right. Let's see what else we got here. Okay. Let's see. We have 40 people. I mean, my number is actually climbing. This is shocking. I figured by now everybody would be on the more popular live stream. We got 42 now. It's amazing. I think one day I'm going to get over 100. It's like when I started YouTube, I never knew I'd have over 3,000 subscribers. But again, I don't have the most subscribers, I have the best. And you'll notice that the amount of negative comments I get and personal attacks is very small. And I know other carnivore channels, they get hit with a lot of these trolls. But I think one of the reasons is when the trolls hit my channel, I hit back. I make a joke out of it because I think they're funny. Everybody laughs at the troll. That's sort of my thing. All right, what do we got here? Thanks, Rose. Making comment. Your recent presentations, much better. Just telling it to Ellie. Good. And a lot of times you can improve with just a little practice. It's like anything else. I think video craft. Yes, I agree. Lands, you taught me years ago the value in doing your body text. Yeah, see, 5 years in. And Jonathan is more than 5 years carnivore. He is a long-termer. He has joined the elite long-term club, which a lot of us are going to be in a few years. I love editing videos. I just can't much at the moment. My studio set up from bed. Yes. Again, watch Jonathan's channel, please. Just take a little time and check it out. And I agree with Jonathan. Your channel is really good. Yeah, see? And Ellie, watch her channel. Please watch these channels. There should not be a feeling of competition with the channels. The bigger amount of carnivore info we get, the better. I think each channel is a mood thing. Right. Remember, we're not fighting each other. We're on the same team. We're all groups. We have the same goal. No reprieve, Rick. You might be on all day. Not necessarily. Eventually, YouTube will crash like it always does. I'm so happy we are the best subscribers. Yes, I haven't had many trolls either. See, that's the thing. A lot of times if you're out in the open and you're a target, you're going to get a lot of haters. And the thing is, I noticed when people try to show off that they have this or that, they get a lot of haters. But when you show people, hey, I'm a poor guy. I got nothing. I'm riding around on a bike with bald tires. I'm grabbing ducks and iguanas from the canal because I'm poor. You're not going to have people trashing you because they say, oh, you're a loser. Well, yeah, I am. It's like, and a lot of times when people try to tell you things, whatever they're telling you, they call it projection in psychology. So if they tell you that this or that bothers them, those are the things that they are dealing with. So that's kind of what I believe in. All right, we are the best subscribers. Easy listen, Rick. And again, I like easy listening music. So it goes. Some people say that they're a carnivore rock star, and I tell them I'm the carnivore version of elevator music. If you like elevator music, if you know who, let's say, what's that guy's name now? Now I forgot the name. Oh well, any of the easy listening celebrities, it'll come to me eventually. That's who I am. I'm not a rock star. I'm the star of easy listening or elevator music. Okay. You will have so many. You need to hire someone. Yeah, we'll see about that. That's what Thomas says. I think chicken are more cannibal. Yes, they are. They're like little raptors. They want to be. You should start feeling your chicken's beef. There you go. Rick's trolls are duck food eating idiots. Yes, they are. Okay, Jonathan. Interventions, keep fighting for the good team. Yes, we got some conversations here. I'm not aware of the channels here. Mick, Rick, you list them. I can mention channels. I think eventually what I want to do once I get my computer to cooperate, I want to make the Rick's video that's like the different channels, the list of the carnivore doctors, list of carnivore personalities, and whatever. But again, you could look through my subscriptions probably and see the channels that I'm on. I tend to gravitate towards the smaller channels. That's just the way that I am. I've even made videos about the motivation I have for YouTube. Check out my videos. You'll find a lot. I have hundreds of videos. A lot of them are shorts, but I do have some long form videos. And Ellie says, I love elevator music. Literally listening to that kind of music and if you've ever seen music in the background of my videos, you'll see it's always some kind of elevator music because I don't like celebrity personalities. Now, there's some lively music that I like. For example, Herb Alpert and the Tijuana Brass. I mean, you know that. But you think of somebody like Henry Mancini that made all these movie music. You think about Lalo Schifrin. You think about Mission Impossible. That's the kind of music he did. Or Mannix. Or what was that other? Bullet, that movie. All those movie themes, that's what it is. And then, the elevator music, you have to remember that back when the US was like the number one in technology, the whole idea of music or environmental music, you had a lot of factories which had a lot of noise and chaos. The last thing you wanted was heavy metal or hard rock and roll music because it just makes people nervous and aggressive. So you put elevator music in there. So while they're, welding and putting in bolts and banging on metal, it kind of calms them down. And since I do a lot of physical work and work with a lot of real things, I do prefer the elevator music. And I don't like celebrities. I'm not into the whole celebrity culture where people go to shows and they yell and they want to be with them and whatever. It's just crazy. I like being with people that are like minded and that they can work with me and we do things together. It's like the people I work with. The bossy types, the type A personalities do not get along with me at all. And the more that you try to boss me around and try to make me do things, the less likely I am to do them. This is where the heart attack diet started from. You can't beat me over the head with broccoli and expect me to eat vegetables. I'm going to continue to eat the meat. That's just the way that I am. I can't deal with that nonsense. Okay, so what else do we have here? Let's don't let these comments get away. I'm finding my carnivore waffles, bacon grease. Hey, carnivore waffles, that's interesting. I know all of them. It's talking about people on the chat. Yes, that's what I'm trying to do. You are the duck star, Rick. Yes, I am a quack. I admit I'm a quack. I do like to stir them. Good with bacon. All right, we got this here. They should come up with carnivore syrup. Well, they already have. It's called lard. If you like lard, that's carnivore syrup. And I love my lard. Lard it up, buddy. Those bacon grease waffles. And I'm going to start doing some of these like duck food, imitation carnivore foods, the waffles, the chaffles, the butter bites, and all that stuff. Because I know a lot of people like that. Oh, here we go. Paul McGrogan, Glenn Miller Band. Yes, Pete Fountain. I love Glenn Miller. In the Mood, I think, was their most favorite song that they had. But Glenn Miller, Artie Shaw, and the one guy I think that's still alive from the Glenn Miller Band is Ray Anthony. Ray Anthony's a trumpet player, and I think he's still alive. He even made his own version of the Tijuana Brass. I have that record. It's Ray Anthony does Tijuana Brass or something like that. It's on YouTube. I love that stuff. Love that instrumental stuff. When I listen to music, I like to listen on my stereo. I don't listen much on headphones, although I do have the old style headphones. And I have 6 speakers on my stereo. And my bedroom only has 2 speakers because the other 2 have been wiped out by my little furry friend, which I think I'm going to open the door and let him in a little bit so you can see him. But I like listening to something that has multiple instruments. And that way you feel like you're in a concert hall. I like the experience of different sounds in the music. Yeah, see, Ray Anthony's 103 years old. He's still around. So when I think of music, I don't think about individuals like personalities. Everybody was into Michael Jackson when I was a kid. I used to make fun of Michael Jackson. His hair looked like, it was all curly and it had grease in it or something. I think it even caught fire. So we made a big laugh out of that. And then, you had like these personalities that went out there and they did their concerts and people would line up, pay money and whatever. But think about all these musicians. There's a difference between the celebrity and nowadays it's all robotic. I remember you had this one guy that made a song about a payphone, which I thought was kind of neat. But when I listened to it, the voice was so robotic, I had to look him up. And I believe his name was Andrew, or I don't remember what his Adam Levine, I think is what it is. It's some little guy that's got a bunch of tattoos and he sings with auto-tune. I don't even know if he's still around anymore. And I remember in Kmart, they even had promotions for some clothing line or whatever. Kmart got into Martha Stewart and all these celebrity things. I think that's one of the things that brought them down. I loved Kmart, but I like the old Kmart when they had that 60s look and you had the blue light special and all that. Walmart is crap by comparison to what Kmart was. Kmart was awesome when I was a kid. I looked forward to going to Kmart and Zayre. And but yeah, so I do remember this guy Adam Levine, and he had this song called Payphone, and then he had other songs, and I would listen and I go, that's nasty. But then again, I would think of somebody like Frank Sinatra, Frank Sinatra, or even this drunk friend. What was the guy's name? Um, Dean Martin. You know, you have the old crooners. And again, I'm not really into vocals, but if I was going to listen to that, that's what I would do. And if I was going to sing, I would do it in that same style, because I think Frank Sinatra had a lot of talent and he was an interesting personality as well. So I like that type. I like that type of music. And you don't see that anymore. Nowadays, it's all about celebrity culture. It's about how they look. A lot of times you get these women out there, and the idea is to attract the people to the concert. It's all auto tune. It's all modified. It may be lip sync, whatever. If you cut off, if you connected the real microphone, they'd probably sound like a cat with its tail stepped on, or two cats trying to mate. That might be what it sounds like. But it was up until the 70s, and then after that, they hit that celebrity culture. But you see people even in the 70s that were kind of ugly to look at, but they had a great voice, they had great musical talent, and that was it. So yeah, that's why I'm into the whole elevator music. And by the way, there is one Kmart left here, but it's only part of what was left of the old Kmart. It is down the street. I think it is the last operating Kmart in the U.S. I remember when they opened that up when I was a kid. The other Kmart that I like better was torn down in the early 2000s. But yeah, I would prefer, I hate Walmart. I hate it. The only time I go to Walmart is to buy oil, maybe an oil filter, and maybe refrigerant like Freon, and that's it. I never go to Walmart. Hate it. It's an ugly store, and it's just, I don't know, it's crap in my opinion. Walmart is crap. Kmart was like nice. All right. So let's see. We got a lot of comments. We got 39 people. That's pretty good. Let's see. What do we have here? Okay. Get relief from it. Listen, man. Ray Anthony. Okay. Tijuana. I have the Tijuana Brass. Well, there you go. See. Da 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 da. Maroon 5 is trash. I agree with that. Didn't Adam Levine host the Vibe? Yeah, I believe he was on that show, The Vice, where they have those funny looking chairs. Kmart had Layaway. I remember that. Yes. Dion and the Belmonts. I remember Dion. I'm a wanderer. All of our Kmart. Okay, we're back to that. Kmart also had Looney Tunes. Yes, they did. Oh, I love Looney Tunes. Yeah, they did that. Kmart also had a free internet called Blue Light Internet. But the problem with Kmart is they wasted too much money, got too much debt, put themselves out of business. Typical corporate mentality. I like Costco. They have a huge meat department. I haven't been to Costco in 20 years. When they used to sell lard, I used to go to Costco, but then after that, I don't know. It just got to be too expensive. I started hitting the regular grocery stores and trying to get the markdown meat. That's my thing. Whatever they got marked down, get a good deal. So that's pretty good. All right. Let's see. I like Costco. Yeah. Well, that's good. So anyway, the comments have slowed down. So let me talk a little bit more about some of the nonsense that I like to talk about. And again, you probably have seen that my musical taste is a little bit unusual, but I do like the more soothing and more instrumental side of music. Although I do like I like some pretty interesting stuff. I'll have to make a playlist. I mean, I think there's even a YouTube playlist that I do have. I've never been to Costco. We have Sam's. Now, BJ's is right around the corner. It's walking distance for me. It's like a mile. You've probably seen it in my videos on my bike rides. And I used to go there when my mom was alive. I had a BJ's membership. I used to have to go there to get, some of the eggs and stuff like that. And I do like some of the things they have, but I found most of it, the products. I mean, how much stuff can you buy? When you're a carnivore, the only thing you buy in bulk is meat. And there's really no other products. I was buying cat litter from there. And I think when I used to cook for my mom, I had to buy seed oils. I had to buy the canola oil because my mom would not eat food that was cooked in lard or tallow. At least not until she got older and didn't know the difference. So what I started doing, I played a game with my mom. I would buy the oil when it was marked down. I bought, I think at one time, 6 of those canola oils, and then I pretended like I kept buying it. And what I was actually doing was pouring it in my truck as fuel. So at that time, it was like $15 or whatever for that 35-pound amount, which was almost the same price as diesel. So what I did, I bought a bunch of it, and then I just kept it in stock, and I would use it. But eventually, I would put the lard in there. Mom didn't know the difference. She saw me with the canola oil next to the fryer, and she didn't realize it was full of lard. It was my little secret. So, yeah, and then little by little, instead of pouring it in the fryer, because what I told my mom, we're going to change it every time, so that way we don't reuse it. And actually, if you're going to use seed oils, which I don't recommend you do, I found that my own personal experiment, if I used it once and never again, it didn't bother me. But if I used it a couple times and I ate some of the food, I would get stomach pains or diarrhea. And I'm very sensitive to seed oils. I can't eat that stuff. But you know, I was just pouring a little bit, like a gallon or whatever, into a container, and then I would pour it in my truck. And my mom thought I was putting it in the fryer. When I used to make her popcorn, my mom used to like that stupid microwave popcorn, which I really hate. Now, I'm not a big fan of popcorn, but I did get a hold, my friend gave me a popcorn machine, and I put it in the living room. And what I started doing, I started making my mom popcorn fresh. But she didn't like that because she said it was too much work and you're wasting your time. I'm like, no, mom, no problem. I'll make it up just fine. And that's what I did. And the popcorn machine is still in the living room. If you've seen my video of the living room, you can see the popcorn machine. And I originally was using, the popcorn oil or whatever. And what I did, I changed it. So I started using coconut oil. And I make coconut oil from my own coconuts in the yard. And then little by little, I start using lard. Now, I put natural butter, real butter on the popcorn, so you can't really taste the lard. And lard is a neutral flavor. You can't even smell it. So what I would do, I would put a little butter in with the lard, and then I was using turmeric from the yard to color the popcorn. So my popcorn was coming out really yellow, just like something you get from a movie theater. And it was loaded with butter, and it was cooked in lard. And you know what? My mom says, I know that I like the microwave popcorn, but this is so much better. But I feel bad because it's so much work. I said, Mom, how much work is it? I wheel the popcorn machine in the room with you. I plug it in. I put the ingredients in there. And again, it was lard. I put a chunk of lard in there. Mom didn't know because I didn't see it. I just drop it in. I put all the corn, everything pre-measured in there, and I just go, boop, dump it in there, plug it in, turn it on, and let it do its thing. And the popcorn motor runs, and the little thing goes around, and it starts popping, and then it spills out of the top. And of course, since my mom doesn't like to eat alone, I have to eat some of it. But I can only eat one handful of popcorn because I get bored with it. I don't like it. I haven't eaten a single piece of popcorn in more than 5 years. My mom died about 5 years ago. And, towards the end, she wasn't even eating popcorn. She wasn't eating really anything at all, just little bits of this and that. So it's been more than 5 years since I put a piece of popcorn in my mouth. And I don't have a desire for it. Now I make popcorn for my friends to this day. I will, in fact, I may do it later today if they request it. I'll take my popcorn machine. When we redid their backyard, I put in a high current outlet you can plug things into. And I will make the popcorn for them. And the neat thing about popcorn is that the machine takes care of itself. I dump the ingredients in there, I plug it in, and it pops away. I don't have to touch the stuff. You know, they have the little containers, they have the little scoop in there, and they can scoop it out. It has like the handle on the side. You put it in the container, and they love it. They love the popcorn. And the funny thing is, my popcorn generally is going to be stuff that I grew myself. Now, I ran out of that. So what I do now, I buy the organic popcorn that they sell. I don't know how good it is, whatever. I figured if I'm going to give the people duck food, at least I got to give them the good duck food. I don't want to use regular popcorn because it may have glyphosate or other materials in it. So, I don't do that. But yes, and you'll see once in a while, you'll see my gold medal popcorn machine over there with people when we're making steak and we have popcorn as a snack for them. If they're going to eat the duck food, I'm not going to deny them duck food, because what advantage is it to deny somebody duck food? All I do is use harm reduction. So by making the popcorn from natural materials, it's fine. I'm not going to eat it. And if you're a keto or carnivore person, you're not going to eat it either. But it's there. It's for you. You know, a lot of times they'll get together, they'll watch sports, which I don't watch. They can watch the football while I'm cooking the steaks. And the popcorn machine is sitting there right there in the room with them. And all I have to do is watch the level. I look in the window through the sliding door. If the popcorn level starts to drop, then the only thing I got to do is just open the door, dump in more mix, start it up again. And that's it. It's so simple. Now, obviously, it doesn't automatically dump, but my sense of timing is really good. So I'll go in there and dump the popcorn and then shut her down. But I have other people that like to eat popcorn. They'll dump it for me. So it's simple. So anyway, all right, we see that Rosie Red here has a comment and says, I'm making paper bag, 3 minutes. Sandy Blythe misses popcorn. Rosie Red, I need to go. Okay, that's fine. I enjoy your channel. Let's see if you come back next time. That's fine. DS111 says popcorn looks like the ultimate duck food, and it is. Ducks love it. This is like watching a cartoon minus the breakfast cereal. Well, there you go. We're going to Dayton Museum. Oh, okay. Bye, Sandy. I guess you must be in Ohio. That's good. Well, anyway, let's see. We have 35 people now. Our count is decreasing. So we'll let this run for a little bit. And, if it gets to the point where it drops too much, we'll just cut out. But it's already been 2 hours and 21 minutes. And I don't know if anybody else that I know that's on YouTube is having a live stream. Now, there's some other channels. I see that Mitch is still having his live stream. I'm not going to do a commentary on his live stream because I think that would be kind of insulting. But then again, let me see. Are any of my other friends having a live stream? I've been inside for a long time, so you probably notice my nose. I get the little sniffles because it's extremely dry in here. I think the humidity's down to like 40% or something like that because the air conditioner's been on so long. Oh, here we go. I don't see anybody else having a live stream. Interesting. Okay, so that's good. I'm not interfering with anybody. And again, I don't want to interfere with Mitch's live stream, and I see a lot of people have left, which is fine. But there may be, I think sometimes you don't want to watch the TV show every day. It's like when I was younger, you had a TV show on once a week. If you wanted to watch a Dukes of Hazzard or something, it would be Friday night. You didn't have Dukes of Hazzard every night. If you were watching Days of Our Lives like my mother did, which is a soap opera, that was on Monday through Friday, but not on the weekend. I think having a show that's on every day eventually takes away from its novelty. And I think, especially when you're on the carnivore diet, I think a lot of us people, we would rather go outside and do real things rather than just sit around. Now, the good thing about the live stream is if you have a mobile device, you could be cutting your grass right now and working while you listen to this live stream. You don't have to comment. But on the other hand, I guess you could watch a TV show while you're doing that as well. But if you're going to participate, it's not possible to do both. Like right now, I cannot do anything except sit here and talk to the computer and see who responds back. And that's it. That's all that I can do. Let's see. We got a few more comments. I got to pick up organic. Okay. Yeah. See, organic popcorn. That's it. I sometimes think of doing live streams, but I feel I'm still too small. Well, there's no reason why you couldn't. You may be the only one there. But then again, if you catch on, then somebody, it might grow. Suspense gives you a reason to go back. Yeah, exactly. If you have a once a week show, you never know what's going to happen. These live streams can become very predictable. It's like I said, you hit one of the popular ones. Let's use an example. Let's say you go on to Dr. Anthony Chafee's live stream. Now, normally, he's going to be interviewing somebody. That'll be a premiere. So you kind of know what to expect from the beginning. And as you look at it, you may or may not like it. And if you see the moderator comments, they'll say, if you don't like the live stream, you can go on to another one, and that's fine. And then you may comment on it. But if you're on a Q&A session, then, the first one is more likely to get it. And a lot of times, since people have the super chats, they always get the priority on any of these live streams. So after a few minutes, there's so many super chats, you're never going to get your question answered. So if you go on Dr. Chafee's live stream, every question is going to take at least 15 minutes because he's going to go into a lot of detail on it. So if it's going to be a 2-hour live stream, after about 10 or 20 questions, you can forget about ever getting your question answered. So you'd say, well, I'll just listen in. So the reason that a lot of us go there is to listen to what he says, because even though it's a question and answer session, he's basically talking. Now, if you go to the rare Dr. Sean Baker live stream, it's going to be first come, first served. He's like me. He tries to get all the comments. So he'll start off at the beginning, and he's not really looking for the super chats. Now, if one comes in, he'll hit those first, and then he'll go back to the list and continue on with the questions that he was answering. Because, again, everyone has their own style. Now, with the carnivore personalities, or what I call the carnivore ambassadors, the premier one of that would be Homestead Hal, Kerry. And he's been in this for a couple of years. He's the one that's always trying to get people together. And with his channel, your chance of getting interaction, it's hit or miss. I've made comments on there and been completely ignored. And other times he'll mention me, or maybe one of his guests will mention me, the iguana guy or the duck guy or whatever. So when you hit one of those popular channels, your chance of having your comments seen is very small. But it does happen because, again, they just do what they can. So this is why the small channels, in my opinion, are quite nice. And again, like Thomas says. Okay, we have, what is this? Rex's Huzerman. Okay. Rick, do you have an oral health routine? Yes, I do. I have an oral health routine. What I do, I use baking soda and lard to brush my teeth. I will take the toothbrush. I need to make a video on that. I've been putting it off for a while. And I use just regular toothbrushes. I know they're plastic, but the problem is I have a hard time finding the firm toothbrushes. Everything you buy in the store is either soft or medium. And if I use that once, I'll destroy it. So I try to get the firmest possible toothbrushes, which a lot of times means I'm buying them from a yard sale or trying to hit the dollar store when they have something, or once in a while the Big Lots used to have them, but of course they're closing, so I'll have to find another way to do that. And then what I do, I take some lard, I put the toothbrush, I run it across the lard, and then I go over to the baking soda and I put some baking soda into a dish and I push the lard into the baking soda, and then I brush my teeth with it. And then I'll rinse my mouth out. I'll do the same thing. Toothbrush in lard, and then lard and baking soda, and just brush it with that. Now, my teeth are crooked. They're a mess, but they're fine. They're strong. You'll see me chewing on tough meat. It doesn't bother me. I don't have any aches or pains or anything. So that's fine. All right. I'm invisible on Homestead Hal. I know the feeling. I started live streaming after 3 months on YouTube. I think at the time I had around 1,100 subs. That's right, Jonathan. And I remember when you started your channel. And again, it's up to you. If you decide to live stream, that's fine. And I'm going to look for a used toothbrush at a yard sale. Well, they're not used. They're new toothbrushes, but they're just, a lot of them are in packages, People are getting rid of stuff. I started live streaming after 3 months on YouTube. Yeah, okay, I saw that. What I would love to do is a live where I invite a newcomer and just have a conversation and let the small guy tell their story. And that's what some of the channels have done. Now, you'll have to either subscribe to a streaming service to do that or find some way of getting your software to work. Most people use StreamYard or EVMux or one of these other services, but yeah, that's something you can do. And Vuigoat says, I have never live streamed, but if I did, I'm worried about trolls. Those green ugly beasts that hide under bridges. Well, that's true. But hey, if you put yourself out in the public, you're going to have to take the flack for it. And that's a decision that you have to make. Benefits versus drawbacks. Rick, I love the crocodile hunter. You need to catch an iguana like an alligator. I have a video of where I grabbed an iguana in my yard. I don't know if you saw that. I grabbed it by the tail and I said, delicious iguana. I think trolls love tree bark and mushrooms. You're probably right about that. It was eye-opening joining Russ's and Nia's live streams. Yes. It's hard to keep up with the comments and talk at the same time. Well, I can do it pretty well. The thing is, the more people you have commenting, the more difficult it becomes. So the way I do it, I try to hit all the comments. When there's too many comments, I concentrate on the ones that are directed to me. Because a lot of times people will make comments against or with each other. And that's the whole idea of the comments. Because you go on YouTube not only to learn things, but to meet people. So if you hit the comments and you meet all these people, that's a great thing. The iguana hunter, there you go. Or Mr. Quack, Mr. Ducky. That's another thing that I do. So, again, it's up to you. Whatever you want to do. If you want to go live, you can go live. If you don't want to go live, you don't have to. You want to make videos that are heavily edited, that's fine. You can do that too. You have a lot of things that you can do. It's up to you, really. So let's see here. Got a lot of interesting. Yeah, I'm just looking at the regular YouTube. There's a lot of people out there that make videos, and trying to keep up with them is really kind of tricky. But you can do it. Oh, it looks like Chris Cooking Nashville had a channel. And by the way, that's another one. For those of you that are not the super strict carnivores, you can check out something like the Chris Cooking Nashville channel, which is it's a popular channel compared to ours. And he makes what I call duck food imitations, using carnivore ingredients to make things that I would consider duck food. And again, I don't need that kind of stuff because I don't like it. I don't care about it. But what I'm thinking about is for us as a carnivore ambassador, because you can be the carnivore quack, you could be the extremist or whatever. But if you want to be the carnivore ambassador, you want to offer somebody a food they may be familiar with. An iguana tail is probably not the thing you're going to give the average person. Can you imagine a steaming boiled iguana tail and you give them a knife so they can cut the skin open, peel it, and eat the iguana? They're going to look at you like, what is that? Oh, that's terrible. But on the other hand, if you give somebody a carnivore waffle and an egg, they might go, oh, that's kind of nice. You make them carnivore spaghetti and meatballs, they might go, carnivore macaroni and cheese, all these other crazy things. It's a lot of work. And, it may stimulate duck food cravings in people that had it. But for people that are already on duck food, this may be something you can tell them. They might look at you like, wow, I didn't know you eat mac and cheese. I said, well, you might tell them it's not really what you think it is. It's a higher quality version, something different. Try it out. You might like it. Because a lot of times people associate over common things. This is one of the reasons why a lot of guys I know like to watch sports, because they don't want to admit that they want to hang out with their friends. It's like girls, they have girlfriends, but no guy says, I'm hanging out with my boyfriends. Can you imagine if somebody said that? I'm hanging out with my boyfriends. I could just see it now. You got guys that go to the gym and they go to their house and say, I'm going to hang out with my boyfriends. And there they are looking at each other and like, uh-oh, we got a major problem. But the girlfriends, that's no problem. So if you're going to hang out with your friends and you want to eat together, that's a common thing that you can do. Now, everybody likes steak unless you're a vegan. But I think some people get bored with eating just meat. And this is why you have people like that making these imitation duck foods. Okay. The bridge people are not ideal. I said trolls. Rick, I love the crocodile hunter. You need to catch an iguana like an iguana. An alligator. I've chased down iguanas. It's just there's nobody to hold the camera when I'm grabbing the iguana and picking it up. I think trolls eat tree bark and mushrooms. I've seen that comment before. It was eye-opening joining Russell. Okay, so this must have repeated. You call that a knife? I'll call that a knife. I was playing the other video game, Duck Hunt. I think Rick. Yeah, I think I saw Rick. Yeah, when people think of ducks, they think of me. Hello, everybody. Rick. We got a new Anna PL 107. Excellent. And too bad you do live stream at the same time as Mitch. Well, Mitch live streams every single day, so it's unavoidable. If he only live streamed a few days, but he wants to get every day live stream because his thing is regularity. So that's the way it is. Okay. My friends at work claim that eating red meat causes pellagra. Wow. I got scared. What do you think about it? If eating red meat causes pellagra, I would have had it a long time ago. I don't know where they get these ideas from. And if you don't believe me, check out Dr. Sean Baker and Dr. Anthony Chafee, because I don't think they have pellagra at all. Okay, hello, Sandy. Well, you're almost down to 30, Rick. You might be off the hook soon. Yes, I'm at 30 right now. So, but then again, Meathead is here, so we can't drop off without saying good morning to him. That's right. We're up to 31 now. It's the 30 mark is kind of key there. And the other problem is if Mitch ever stops talking, I could imagine that this thing we got 29 now, so we scared a few of them away. So, but we'll be here for a little bit. I'm not in any hurry. I'm able to sit here. And again, I'm not sitting up straight, so I'm not making myself fatigued because I do not like to sit up in those stupid gamer chairs. I don't even own one. So that's okay. Let's see. I used to be regular when I ate fiber, right? Whoa, my chat bar disappeared for a second. Yeah, that's it. Rick, I have a channel that may interest you. All right, let's check it out. Thought I got banned. Not from my channel. If you got banned, it's not my doing. Oh, look, we got 32 now. It's going up again. All right. I thought I got banned. Do tell. All right. And again, you could share other channels here. I'm not going to get mad because if you share somebody's channel, some of the YouTubers do. Oh, Evelyn is here. Hello. Hello, Rick. There we go. Yes, I am here. I am still here. I haven't had my heart attack yet, although I do feel the chest pains coming on. So a heart attack is in my future. It's called Heart Attack Chicken. I got the remainder of the chicken legs that I bought, and I'll have to go and get some more. Now, Fresco y Mas doesn't have them for 78 cents a pound. They're over $1 a pound now. I was at Fresco a couple days ago. But I can go over to Sedano's, and they have it cheaper. Now, I'm not going to be biking today. I've got a truck I need to fix for a friend of mine, and I have a get-together later. So we're staying off the bicycle today. I'll be in the van if I have to go anywhere. And tomorrow I have to work, so I'll be in the van. So I will stop at Sedano's, and I may stop at Aldi. I got to find more eggs. I'm down to 2 eggs, which is just not ideal. I've been eating only 2 eggs a day. My ducks have been digging nests, but there are no eggs yet. I think they're still skeptical about the raccoons being gone. And I'm not going to be eating all the eggs because I want them to reproduce. So I've got an extremely difficult situation coming. I may have to go without eggs, which will be the first time in decades I haven't had eggs. So again, thanks to the Federal Reserve, the funny money, and the nonsense that they do, our economy is a disaster. Instead of having more farms, we have more apartments. And I think we have far too many apartments. The artificial housing shortage is sad. And it's just one of those things that I complain about. But hey, it's just the way I am. Hey, we got 35 people now. Look at that. All right, so let's see. He's new to carnivore. Fat Guy Norm. All right. So if you have a chance, check out a channel called Fat Guy Norm. I guess that's something that somebody that Meathead knows of. And again, it's up to us to encourage the new carnivores because they have 1 foot in the duck pond and they're just starting to get out of it. So you don't want to have, and the worst thing is I know several people, and I know people in person that have tried the carnivore diet and they fall into the duck pond within a week. They can't do it. I know people that can't go a day on the carnivore diet. So we'll see. I'd like to hear about your iguana recipe. Oh, excuse me. If you want, what I would recommend is go on my YouTube channel. And when you're on my channel, there's a little search function that you can see and just look for the word iguana and you'll see it. And I have several videos on how to carve up and cook your iguana. It's very simple. Okay, now here's a question. Sycophantic. Have you heard about the new primal diet by Andrews? It's not new. That goofy diet. This was the first person that interviewed me, Joey Schwartz, who was having a channel called Carnivore Camaraderie. Now he's an insurance salesman, so there's no more carnivore stuff. But he actually, um, what was it? Yeah, that guy. Joey was originally in the carnivore diet, and then he switched to that raw primal diet by this guy that I can't pronounce his name. And I don't think eventually he went to the fruit and honey. He went on the Saladino diet, and now I think he's just on the standard diet. I mean, I think he's on a meat heavy, diet. I think he's still on the Saladino diet. And if it works for him, it works for him. I think that a lot of this nonsense is just a lot of trends that people come up with. I think anyone that has to follow a diet plan is going to have issues. You need to come up with your own diet. So whatever your name is, just add the word diet after that. And that's it. Because again, if you're healthy and strong and you're eating whatever, a lot of young people eat the duck food diet and they're perfectly fine. But then they start falling apart. And remember, your needs at 18 are not the same as when you're 58. When you're in your 50s, you can't afford to eat crap that you're not going to get anything out of. My theory is this. You want to eat the highest quality food that you can get. So why would you eat crap like rice, beans, and all that cheap peasant food when you could eat meat? You're going to get more nutrition out of less bulk. So it's not like you're stuffing your system with a bunch of cardboard. You can go out there and eat cardboard. It's loaded with fiber, but there's no nutrition in cardboard. What are you going to do? You can eat dirt. What's that going to do for you? Nothing. You can't get stuff out of that. Okay, now let's see. Great talk as always. Thank you, Jonathan. I get farm fresh eggs from the farmer's market for $100 a dozen. That must be a joke. Mom and I went to the farm shop this month. 12 eggs, around $8. It's always more. $1 a dozen. There you go. That makes sense. $1 a dozen. That is great. It really is. I just found him meathead. All right. I will be back. I need to cook my roommate his breakfast. Oh, okay. That's a late breakfast, but that's fine. I like your username. We just started a podcast. There you go. Just a carnivore. All right. Right on carnivore muscle. There you go. See? Now, meathead, I think that refers to, remember the Archie Bunker show? He always called him a meathead. I think that's what it is. Because if you look at the picture, it looks like Archie Bunker. So I remember All in the Family. That's another thing. It just shows how old I am. All right. Question from Jonathan. Would you ever do a reaction video to something like Jackass or a similar prank movie? I think I would. I some of these people are just, we know they're doing it for attention, but it's ridiculous. I mean, the whole Jackass thing was silly. I would do that. I would also like to do some vegan reactions. My favorite one to laugh at, and I know this guy is just so funny. He is called Raw Vegan Rising. If you want to look at the ultimate vegan snake oil salesman, this guy has got to be it. He pretends like he's been a vegan for so long. I'm sure he's taken healthy doses of creatine. He shows off his physique, and he talks about how good he looks, and he's 51 years old, and his face is beautiful, and this and that, and it just cracks me up. And a couple of carnivores, I think Jonathan also, they made a video with his friend, what's her name? They made a reaction video, which is kind of funny. Yeah, I would do that. That is kind of interesting. Thanks, Rick. There you go. Yes, I'm glad to answer any of your questions or concerns. And I'm going to have to drop off, Bruce. Yes, well, you can drop off now. You can drop off at any time. And definitely, because we have a life to live. You can't sit here listening to me all day, and I can't sit here all day either. All in the Family. Yes, that's right. Dun, 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 Da, 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 with the ease of singing like that. What is that noise? Hold on. I think we have a duck fight going on. Okay. All right. It's not a fight. We have duck mating in progress. So, and you know that duck mating because after the duck, you know, thrusts into the other duck and then it jumps off and starts dancing around and there's something that looks like a worm hanging out, then you know that you have seen duck mating. And as my buddy Russ Mitchell says, he's still having nightmares from watching duck mating videos. I haven't seen any iguana mating videos, although I have seen it in person, but duck mating is definitely an experience. So, let's see. Carnivore muscle. I still get traction from a video I did with Anthony 2 years ago. Yeah, the information was from poor, but it ranks well. Well, that's because it's celebrity linked. And if you look, I've looked at YouTube channels for years. There was this YouTube channel, and it might still be around. It's called Andrew Carmarata. This is a guy that did some kind of like, he built his own place, he has equipment, whatever. Got a lot of popularity. Then another channel that was associated with him, a couple of channels, they got a lot of popularity. I think one of them is called Diesel Creek. Now, I tend to watch channels when they are not that popular. But once they become really popular and I can't communicate with them anymore, I stop watching it. I'm one of the few early YouTubers that has never watched any of the Mr. Beast or some of these other popular YouTubers because they're more for like kids. You know, they take advantage of young people as a way of getting them sucked in. They make all kinds of giveaways and promises and whatever. And it really is quite weird the way that people follow them. But I get bored when I'm not participating in something. This is why I don't like spectator sports. If I can't actually meet people and do stuff with them, even if it's online, I lose interest. And then I don't watch their channel anymore, and that's it. And let's see. I still get traction, yes. I know some vegans because I was hooked by them in 2017 into raw food. Yes. Oh God, I thought I was ill. And again, if you want to get a good laugh, watch the Raw Vegan Rising channel. The guy calls himself Shane Sterling. I don't know what his real name is. He just looks like a hypocrite. I mean, the guy looks like somebody that's trying to sell you a cream puff. And you know that as soon as you start it up from the used car lot and you drive down the road, you're going to hit a bump. The bumper's going to fall off. The engine's going to blow up. And parts are just going to be all over the road. And instead of having a nice used car, you're going to have the city fining you for littering. That's pretty much what it is. Everybody I know that has tried the raw vegan lifestyle has become very sick. And I know people today still struggling with it. It is the most horrible, sad, miserable way to exist. All that juicing, all that toxic plant crap is not good. I don't think that any human being can live on a raw vegan diet. I think a lot of them, they're taking creatine or other supplements in the background. In fact, one of my vegan friends, her son is a vegan bodybuilder. He is not as strong as you would think, considering his size. He's impressive to look at, but he tried to wrestle me to the ground one time, and I had him pinned. And he was down on the ground, and he probably thought I was going to use him like a duck does, but it didn't happen, thankfully. But yeah, it's really sad. And the thing is that he uses creatine and uses vitamin B supplements and all that. So, and he looks good. And again, he's on a vegan diet. It's not all raw. It's a combination of raw and cooked, but he does use supplements. I have never in my entire life met a raw vegan or any vegan who doesn't use supplements and is thriving. It's impossible. I use no supplements, no vitamins, nothing, and I feel absolutely great. And I'm on a carnivore diet. So explain that to me how that can be the case. Okay, I know. Jonathan has another question. And again, Jonathan is the top participant in my channel. So again, he supports my channel very, very well. I really appreciate that. In order of importance, what are the top 3 items you own which you can't live without? Top 3 items. Number 1, refrigerator, freezer. I have to have a refrigerator or freezer so I have food that I can eat. Let's see. Number 2, I need to have my own house. I could never live in a rental apartment or anything that I didn't have some control over, because my allergies and everything else would just tear me up. I wouldn't be able to deal with it. I would have to do that. If I don't have a yard that I can go out in, my mental health will go down. It'll be like being in prison. And number 3 that I can't live without, let me look around here. Um, Interesting. Well, it would have to be food. The meat. I got to have the meat. If I don't have the meat, what am I going to do? And I'm worried about that now, the way our economy is collapsing. If I can't afford meat, well, I still have the canal. I can go down there and get some parking lot chicken. If I had to eat plant food, I think I'd probably die. It would be a pretty sad, pretty sad. Now, of course, if I lived in a normal climate that wasn't hot all the time, I could probably live without a refrigerator, if I was up in the north, because I could collect ice or something, and I could ferment or whatever. But in the way I'm at now, this is what I would have to do. Okay. Let's see. Grand Rising, anyone? Yes. Glad you're here, Deborah Wisegal. And Anna PL07 says, do you know the Freely? She does, yes, Freely the Banana Girl. Reaction vids and trashes anyone who eats differently than vegan. Now, because my channel is too small, none of the vegans have criticized me. There's also another channel called Vegan, Carnivore is Cancer or something like that, where they criticize the carnivores and they try to find their worst video, whatever. It's kind of stupid. But whatever. Okay. Remember when Nicole and I, yes, that's what I was thinking of. Nicole. And I did a reaction video to that Vegan Rising guy. That is correct. I don't know what happened to Nicole. She seems to have left the YouTube space or whatever it is. It's hard to say. But yeah, I remember that. That was so funny. Vegan Rising guy. Shane Sterling. What a crackpot, I'm telling you. But the thing is, the sad thing is, this guy has a lot of followers. He charges them a subscription, a few dollars a month or whatever. You have thousands of people, and they're paying you this money. And then he's bragging about how successful he is. Well, of course you're successful. You're selling people a lie that they're going to thrive on a raw vegan diet, but they have to look at you as the source. You're the guru. So they have to pay you, and you have to join the Raw Vegan Heroes group so that you can, get the advice, because it's so complicated. You're too stupid to figure it out on your own. Instead of just going to the store and grabbing some meat and eating it. My cat doesn't have to be taught what to eat. He's figured it out. He won't eat the duck food. And Jonathan says, I've been on YouTube so long, I was there before Durian Rider was making videos. And I've seen Durian Rider. Durian Rider is another one of those vegans that I think he uses steroids and takes creatine. But he does his thing. He's a strange character, I have to admit. Wasn't he dating that Freely the Banana Gal or whatever? These vegans are just strange. I feel so good without plant fiber passing through my... Yeah, that's what DS111 says. You don't have to be pooping out those giant logs of stuff you can't eat. It's just stupid. I mean, vegans love to poop. I think it does something for them. They get excited when they have to poop. It's crazy. They're bragging about how many times they go to the bathroom. Like, yeah, I know how often you go to the bathroom. I've been over there doing electrical work and watching you walk into the bathroom door and 20 minutes later walk out, look like you did a workout. And I also have to listen to those horrible sounds of and then all that noise and the mating sounds that you do when you're trying to go to the bathroom. It's bad, When I got to go to the bathroom, it's a 5-minute in and out. Not like In-N-Out Burger. It's like in and out. I got to use the bathroom. And the best thing about being a carnivore is that when you have to use the bathroom, you have anywhere from 4 to 8 hours before you really have to go, because the amount you're putting out is less than what you find in one of these cassettes. I mean, think about it. This is more mass than the waste that a long-term carnivore like me will put out. Now, when you're a vegan and you're loaded up with plant fiber and that stuff is pushing on you, and plus you got all that gas, because you know vegans love their gas. So you got gas pressing on all this fiber and it wants to come out. You don't have much of a choice. When you feel like you got to go, you have 15 minutes or less, or you're going to have a massive mess. So that's it. Okay, let's see. We got 35 people. I can't believe how many people have stuck for this live stream. Yeah, Jonathan says he was married to her. That's right. The babies, fur babies, yeah, horses. Focusing, yeah, exactly. Thomas, have you cooked anything? All right, what did I come back to? You came back to a quack. All right, yes, Anna, I'm going to make pork rind chicken. Oh, that's good. That's like the upper version of heart attack chicken. Rick, I can help you get some vegans' panties in a wad. Just say the word, and you'll be getting critiques eventually. Yeah, that's it. And I know they're going to trash me because of my sinus issues and that I look unhealthy and all that. But I'll tell you one thing. I challenge any vegan to an iguana catching competition. I can beat any vegan at a duck and iguana catching competition. I can outbike any of them. I have several friends that are super cyclist monsters. They got the lightest bicycle with the skinniest tires. They got the skin tight, ugly crap that they wear. I don't want to see your butt in that position when you're bent over on your bicycle with your turned up handlebars. Ew, that's nasty. I mean, what is it with these cyclists? They got their pointy helmet and, they're riding fast. They think they're doing good, but then they got to stop. They got to have that water. They got to have that juice, and they got to hit the restaurant, the Starbucks or whatever. So if we're going to go from here to Broward County, I'm going to get there before they did because I can just keep on riding. I got my bicycle picked from the trash. I got no water, no food, or nothing. And I'll go all day without it. So, but yeah, these vegans are just a riot. All right, let's see. I'm beyond blessed right now with meat. Deborah Wad says, my church partners, a local food bank once a month. We're able to buy surplus meat. Good for you. I'm glad you got a source. That's great. I'm going to make, yeah, okay. So, Rick, okay, I answered that one. This thing jumps around. I cooked a pork shoulder in my pressure cooker, and those can be really good, let me tell you. I have YouTube. Question is 3 things you cannot live without. I can live without YouTube, by the way. I must have my YouTube. My coaching clients in a fat loss phase. Yeah, see, Jonathan has a lot of experience with that. I'm better off eating pretty much the same stuff every week so I can gauge my fat intake. Well, that's very smart. Good morning. They weren't married? Okay. Carnivore muscle. Oh, interesting. I'm sure they were together, though. They were in a partnership which exclusively repurposed their relationship. The partnership due to the duration. Okay, well, I guess that's a technical way of putting it. I sell my fresh, unwashed eggs for $5 a dozen. I wish you were here. I'd get some of the eggs. I eat my eggs too fast to have leftovers to sell. Oh, there you go. Check out Booby Ghost's channel. There's a lot of annoying goose and chicken sounds, but it gives you, if you look at her channel, you'll see the reality of off-grid living. It's not glamorous, especially since that's an area that has winter, so it's kind of like, looks like a barren landscape right now. But wait till the spring comes. But yes, it's reality. Question. I know you don't go to the doctor. What is your opinion of getting colonoscopies? If you have the risk and you think it's going to benefit you, you should do it. Just make sure that they don't puncture your colon in the process. I think for most people, it may be a good recommendation because if you've been eating duck food for decades, you might want to catch the colon issues. If you don't have any symptoms, though, and you're starting the carnivore diet, maybe you can get away with it. But I'm not a doctor, so I can't give you medical advice. But I'm not going to get a colonoscopy because I'm going to die of a heart attack first. The heart attack's going to get me, hopefully, before anything else does. Okay. How many eggs? That's a question for Aaron. Question, Rick. Elaborate on your job. I am self-employed or married to a system. I guess you'd call me self-employed. I do a lot of different jobs. I work, I do independent work for people I know. Now, I don't have as much work as I used to because I convinced them to sell all their rental properties because I say this is a once in a lifetime historic bubble. So there's only a handful of rentals that I'm still maintaining, 5 in total. But I do have people that need clean out services, and I have a lot of people that I used to do property management for and repairs, and they hire me for their own homes to do things. I have friends that I do work for. They have equipment that needs repair. I don't advertise, I just do the work that comes up. And I do a lot of trash removal, so I'm always scrapping and getting rid of stuff, and there's a little money from that too. I average about maybe 2,000 a month, and that's it. I've had months where I made more. I've had months where I made zero, but I average about 2,000. So my total income is probably around 24,000 a year, and about 12,000 of that goes to property tax, which is what I want to move out of here for because it's just way too expensive, and other expenses. By the time that utilities is probably $100 a month for utilities. I don't buy gasoline or diesel very often, so I don't pay that. Um, what else? Food is about $400 a month right now. It could be more than that because it's just so hard to get the amount of food that I eat at a good deal. So I basically have zero. By the time the year ends, I have whatever's left in my cash drawer, which is probably a few $100s, and again, that's going to end up buying tires or it's going to buy parts or whatever. So at the end of the year, my income is zero. So when I file my income tax for year after year, it's zero. And if you look around, I'm not living high on the hog. So if the IRS wants to audit me, they're just going to waste their time. I was audited back in the 90s, and they kicked me out of the office because I gave them so many receipts, and then there was cockroaches in the receipt. So it was quite funny. I definitely I drove them nuts. So anyway, that's my story. I'm quite open about it. Ah, my bowel movements would give a Cape Buffalo. Yeah, the poop issue is definitely something I could live without YouTube too. Yeah, exactly. Okay, we have my egg dealer. Sounds like a drug dealer. Raise their prices of $3 a dozen. That is still amazing. It was too much for me. That's the great thing about having local producers. If you live in a place like here, which has been totally destroyed by development, you don't have that option. Okay, thanks, Rick. Yeah, okay. Had issues with my colon my whole life. Then maybe you should get a colonoscopy. I heard that as my drug dealer, egg dealer. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking. I had unpredictable, slowly worsening hemorrhoids. Ugh. Thank God I've never had that. The throes of the outbreak when I went carnivore in July 2023. Yeah. Into the cure. There you go. You lucked into it. When you're not pushing all that fiber through your system, it gives you the ability to heal better. I mean, if your skin is irritated, would you rub it every day with rough soap? Are you going to stuff fiber down your system when you got hemorrhoids? That's stupid. Plus, when you eat all that fiber, it makes your turds bigger. And can you imagine? It's like trying to give birth, trying to get rid of that nasty thing. Okay. It's more like movie goats. And Jonathan says Rick's ability to live healthily and perform as a human being so, yeah, impeccable. I'm more impressed by that than the 24K income. I'm not rich either, but I proudly exceed every yardstick I can. Well, there you go. Did you see that short, Aaron, of the guy selling eggs on street from his trench coat? And encourage others to do the same. Don't be losers or parasites. I say that all the time, and Jonathan is right. Don't be a loser. Don't be a parasite. A loser is a personal choice. A parasite is also a personal choice. If you're going to ask for some type of compensation, provide a product or service. That's the only way that you can benefit others. If you're a parasite, you're going to have people give you, like one of these religious people or these vegan influencers or whatever. Well, actually, they do give something. They give us entertainment. I find them extremely entertaining. When I have nothing else to do, I'll turn on the Raw Vegan channel, and I laugh so much. I mean, it's like the best comedy ever. They always talk about bowel transit time and then how many times they poop and how important fiber is. Oh, it is so funny. I love that. I just can't resist. It just cracks me up. Oh, let's see. Um, hmm. Okay. Oh, looks like old guy carnivore is still streaming. Yeah, they'll go with him for quite a while, usually a couple of hours. But yeah, my channel, what do we got? We got 30 people, so we're getting to that lower level. Um, let's see. Cockroaches, that's the secret. I like my cockroaches with butter and salt. I like my cockroaches in the form of duck eggs. Those are the best roaches I've ever had. Bubiko says, thank you for your time, Rick. The rain has held off a little bit and I got to go. Feed the chickens. Bye. Well, there you go. Feed the chickens. And let's see if maybe we can help her find some type of tractor or skid steer or something like that for her place so she doesn't have to use a shovel and a pick to move dirt around. There's got to be something there. Okay, Jackie Wakefield. Toilet talk always makes me chuckle. It's like giving birth. I can tell you, some people, I mean, I know my own father always had to run to the toilet and it was like an explosion. The sounds are, think about it. When somebody wants to make a laugh, what do? They make fart noises. Whenever people hear farts, unless they're in the room and they have to smell the fart, then they're going to go disgusted. But when somebody's talking, all of a sudden you hear, it's happened on TV. I remember one time in our local news back in the 80s, WCIX Channel 6, we had the weatherman that was doing the weather. And when he went to use the little remote thing, went, and everybody was like looking like that, like, uh-oh. So if somebody has a fart, you know what's going to happen. They're going to make a joke out of it because farts are funny. It's again, unless you're in the elevator with the person making the fart, you're going to laugh. And I have to admit, when I was on the plant-based diet, I made some pretty bad ones myself. I was in an elevator at the courthouse. I was going to traffic court, and I was a little upset. And I got in there, and that gas was building up. And while we were going up the elevator, I had to let it out slowly, and it was so bad. All of a sudden, I heard people grunt like, "Ooh," like I'm thinking, "Oh, it's in pain." And since I'm tall, I always get the fart last. And then, as soon as they opened the floor, they opened the door to the next floor, and people walked in, the air went around, and the fart smell came back at me, and I went, "Ugh!" And it was like terrible. And I'm thinking, what is that horrible smell? And then the lady says, somebody's sick. It smells like a dead animal in here. This is nasty. And the thing was, I looked at it like, oh, and then I realized, oh, I know who made that fart. I didn't say anything, but it was so nasty. And the smell was bad. Because again, I was at the front of the elevator by the door. I made the fart and it went out. And, when you're 6'6", and I have my dress shoes on, so that's like 6'7", that farts are lighter than air. So the fart rises up to the back of the elevator. And then when they open the door, what happens? Well, the elevator's hotter than the room. So the heat rushes out. So the fart that was in the back of the elevator rushed to the front and heat rises. So as soon as that door opened, it was so bad. It was like, I'm telling you, it was like a dead animal. It was disgusting. You know how you ever had vegetables rot in the refrigerator? So think about rotten meat and rotten vegetables mixed together. It was bad. I mean, like driving behind a garbage truck on the expressway. You get on the Palmetto, the garbage truck is going to the landfill, and even if you have your AC on, air is coming in the vents of your 69 Charger, and it's like, what does that smell? And then it hits you. Ugh, garbage juice, nasty. And it was bad. And it wasn't the only time. I was actually in a seminar, and I was sitting in the seat. I had a fart, a bad fart, and I'm trying. The pressure's building, and the thing is, when you sit in those seats they have, it's like a metal chair. It's like a fabric on top, and then there's foam underneath. and it's not very thick. I have one of those chairs here somewhere. It's like, you've seen in a convention center, they have like either the vinyl chairs, and those are the worst because the vinyl chairs, they usually have like a round back, they're a metal chair. And when you try to fart in a vinyl chair, sometimes it'll go. I mean, it's really bad. So if you get a fast fart and you're sitting in that vinyl chair, go. I mean, it's bad. So I'm trying to think. I got to let this fart out. The thing was hurting. I mean, I could feel it up in my intestines. It was hurting. It was like somebody was sticking me with a knife. So I got a fart. So I waited until they were doing the seminar and they did that, and I let that fart loose, and it went. I mean, it was a loud fart in the chair. The chair was like vibrating. I'm like, oh, and I'm going like that, and at the same time, and it's like, oh, and then I'll tell you, silent but deadly. When you're on the plant-based diet and you're as big as I am, the fart is bad. I mean, bad, bad, bad. It's horrible. The fart, oh, it's just really bad. But anyway, that fart, it was a bad one, a really bad fart. And thank goodness, a couple months later, I got that horrible flu. I got off the plant-based diet and I stopped that nonsense. And once I got off the plant-based diet, the farts stopped. And I was so happy because when you're trying to work, especially when you're like me, I was working in IT. And because after I finished that plant-based nonsense, that's a business we started. A lot of times you have to help the customers. When you set them up with a database or whatever, you have to tutor them. So you're sitting next to somebody at a desk trying to help them. And can you imagine you got to make a fart? Where are you going to fart? You're in this office. You have to run over to somewhere to fart. And I know I did work in an office once when I was on the plant-based diet, and I had to make a fart. And it's just nowhere to go. I mean, you can go out to the elevator, but you're waiting for the elevator. You have to go into the stairs. And I did that many times. And I farted one time in one of those stairwells, and they're concrete, and the echo went, it sounded like a trumpet was going. It was terrible. It was just terrible. I mean, and I got a fat friend that farts all the time. He thinks it's funny. But for me, it was a total embarrassment, and it was just bad. And it must be bad when the smell of your own fart is so nasty. I mean, I would feel like throwing up. I did a fart one time in my car, and it was bad. I mean, I was I was in my Charger, and I was in the rain, and I had to fart, and I was at the light, and the car wasn't moving. The AC was on, but it was on recirculate, and the fart was just it was circulating around, and it was disgusting. It was like I said, when you're over the garbage can, when you open the garbage can and you smell that disgusting garbage smell, and I'm very sensitive to that garbage smell. It makes me sick. Just thinking about it makes me want to throw up. It's nasty, nasty, nasty. And veggies are the worst. I mean, the worst. A dead animal is bad. Yes, it is. But can you imagine rotten veggies in the garbage can? Ugh. Ugh. And they're slimy and ugh. It's terrible. Absolutely terrible. But anyway, here I am wasting your time with a bunch of nonsense. Okay, longest stream ever. Mitch is done. Yes, there you go. Mitch is done. And the thing is, nobody can outcompete a big mouth like me. A long-term carnivore. I haven't drank any water. Well, I did drink that ice water as a problem. Haven't eaten anything. I could go on for hours. I have a reputation of being a big talker. And that's one of those things. So, and we're up to 37 now. Amazing, isn't it? Okay, here we go. I remember when my sons were little and I got them their first whoopee cushion. Yes, kids love fart noises, and kids love to fart too. They go, I always give a whoopee cushion. That's what DS111 says. Yes. Terry Sue was eating her ribeye. Okay. I cut off some of the part where the air escapes, so it does not tear open. It sounds real whoopee cushion. They're so embarrassing. You stick that in somebody's chair, they go whoopee cushion. Do you ever remember they had a career builder commercial years ago during the Super Bowl? A friend of mine told me about it. It was about chimpanzees, and the chimpanzees were trying to find a job. They had one human in there. They all were idiots, and they stuck the whoopee cushion to the seat. They just did a, and then it would laugh. It was always funny. I love all that funny stuff. I'm just crazy. Okay, Aaron is the egg video. All right. Question: how did you get that mark on your left cheek? Okay. Did Milton suck you? No. This is from a car accident many years ago. I was with a friend of mine. We got sandwiched between two cars, rear-ended and hit the car in front of us. I have some pictures of that, but I don't have them handy. But I had glass in my face and head, and I got, all kinds of cuts and stuff like that. And then, I had other stressful events. My dad was sick at the time. There was like a lot of stuff going on. So something happened here, and it just never healed like it should. I don't know what exactly happened, but that's what it was. And I've been in a lot of accidents before. I was actually hit while operating a Bobcat by a pickup truck, but I came out without a scratch. I've been hit in my own car and truck many times, always came out without a scratch. But I was in a friend's car, and I think between the airbag going out, the thing getting hit, I mean, it was a nightmare. And the worst part is I got no money because the person that hit us had no insurance. His car insurance was expired. So I got nothing, like always. Whenever somebody does something bad to me, I got nothing. So again, and I got a hernia out of it as well. So I have to deal with that. So we were basically sandwiched between two cars. Now, there was an accident like that recently where somebody was actually killed. A couple of people were killed because they were hit by an SUV. What hit us, I think, was a Jeep, if I remember correctly. And it wasn't as fast because it was in a regular street. Now, I got hit by somebody going 45 miles an hour in my old wood-powered truck. And when it hit that, my bumper was a railroad track. The wood gasifier came apart. Pieces went all over the road. It even started a brush fire because I was hit so hard. And the thing was, I came out of that without a scratch. So it seems like when I'm in my own vehicles, I seem to do a lot better than when I'm with somebody else. In fact, I scraped my finger. You'll notice right here. I did this on my friend's Honda Pilot. We were trying to unload some materials, and the plastic light did this to me. Now, think about it. I work with rusty metal, scrap. I don't wear gloves. I was at the scrap yard yesterday dumping scrap. Not a scratch. But the thing is with me, when I'm in a situation that's considered to be safe, that's when I'm in danger. I got into a building one time that caught on fire when we were doing office work. And again, it was an office. The fire started in the office next door. And the only reason that I was able to get out so quickly is because I knew where the emergency exit was. I was out of there before anybody else. In fact, I was waiting because the guys I was working with, they were nowhere to be found. I started getting worried I was going to go back. But by that time, fire department was already there. Thankfully, the sprinklers put out most of it. But, that was my thing. And we had another time when we had all these school shootings going on. I became paranoid. So when I worked at the college one time, there was a couple of pops. And what it was is basically somebody had set off fireworks. Well, before anybody else was out of the building, I was on the first floor. And I was looking around and thinking, where is everybody? I was out of there so quick. Because again, I always try to look for possible dangers. But when you're in a place that you don't expect to see dangers, that's when you can run into problems. So it's like when I ride my bike, I never use headphones. I ride on the sidewalk. I take shortcuts through fields or whatever. I don't go on the street because even though there's a dedicated bicycle path, you and I both know that the distracted person with the cell phone will run you over without even thinking about it. So, and you're supposed to ride with traffic. I generally ride into traffic so I can see the disaster coming and get off the road. I tend to be very defensive in the things that I do. So again, that's just one of my little traits. All right, let's see. All my farts are gone with the wind. Thank goodness for that. I'm fartless now. Yes, for sure you don't eat them. Okay. My old boss did it to us in the tool room. Imagine milling and someone dusts you with, yeah, silent but deadly. That's nasty. A terrible smell. The tool room, yeah. So you were into lathes and milling machines and all that. That's interesting. I have a lathe as well, a small one that I use for projects, and a little milling machine. This is definitely carnivore talk. It all starts with fart talk. That is correct. That was in ketosis time, wasn't it? Yep. Rick, what is more important on carnivore? Giving up the junk food and carbs or eating beef? Is beef that important? In my case, it is because I do better when I have at least some beef every day. But I think from what I've seen in other people, getting rid of the processed food is number one. And carnivore provides you a way to do that because you're limiting yourself to animal based foods. It is really difficult to make processed animal based food. I mean, you could process meats, but you're still starting with meat. That vegan slop that they call Beyond Meat or whatever is not, you can't pass for meat. So the secret of the carnivore diet is the simplicity, the ability to just go ahead and, eat something straightforward. You say, I only eat meat. It's not like, well, I have to do this and that. No, I eat meat. And again, you don't have to eat beef. I mean, you could eat fish, chicken, whatever. It's just that beef and other ruminant animals are going to be a little bit more pure because especially with beef, because of their size, you can't really feed them a lot of processed food. I mean, the people that I know that raise cattle, they do mix feed. They have what they call a TMR mixer, and they'll mix corn and they'll mix grasses and so on. But cows and other large animals eat so much food you wouldn't be able to feed them processed food and be economical. You couldn't give them like cat or dog food because it wouldn't be economical. And the bacteria in their system break stuff down. It's like me when I make yogurt. I may use powdered milk or whatever milk I can get in the store, but in the end, I think it's going to be very similar to a raw yogurt because the bacteria are doing the conversion. So again, if you can eat beef, I would do it. If it bothers you, try something else. Try other ruminant animals. At least eat some kind of ruminant meat. For example, sheep, goats, whatever, that still works for you. Question: have you ever seen the back ends of baboons? They look like terrible hemorrhoids. Yeah, and I think they use that as a way of attracting other baboons. I hate to say it, but if you've ever seen Brazilian butt lift, I think that's the human version of that as well. I can't remember farting. Well, that's good because you wouldn't want to remember that. I can only imagine deadly farts. Now I'm now cheating when I'm farting. Yeah, you know you're cheating when you're farting. That's right. If I had a choice between a cockroach and a veggie, I would probably eat the cockroach. Yeah, so I can get in my protein. That's it. Hey, a real duck would eat a cockroach anyway, so that's good. I would eat the vegetable or kill myself. Yeah. I just don't want to run out of meat because I may have to start eating bugs. I flipped my car over the side of a cliff when I was 19. I rolled 5.5 times and ended upside down in a ditch. My shoulder healed, dislocated. Bonus, I can escape from straight. Yeah, there you go. You can kind of go around. That's it. And your body adapts to it too. One of the great things I found about the carnivore diet is despite having accidents and injuries, I don't have any long term pain. And I think even if you grow back in a messed up way, I think that it's sort of, you're flexible enough where you can kind of work with it, which is actually a good thing. My niece, after those worms, okay, it had small teeth. Oh, yeah, the tapeworms. Yes. That's what my neighbor would feed to his bearded dragon. Huh. Reptiles often carry parasites. That's one of the reasons why I always boil or fry my iguana. That way you don't have to worry about them. Bearded dragon looks like a baked chicken. Baked chicken thigh. There you go. Wow, Rick, 3+ hours. Got to go and shovel some white stuff. Great show. Great. Great that you're here. So that's great. Now let's see. Did we outlast Mitch's live stream? That's a good question. Let me click this on here. Let's see. Is he still on? No, he's off. So I think we have officially outlasted his live stream as well. That's very good. Okay. Anyway, 11:26. We have 3 hours, 24 minutes, and 30 seconds. And we still have 35 people. I haven't bored everyone to death just yet. Now, again, in the carnivore space, I'm not the popular one. I'm one of the ones that people like to ignore. But look at the things that differentiate me from everybody else. The longest carnivore diet lifestyle person in the United States, the tallest carnivore on YouTube, and one of the longest live streams. Now, I have news for you. There are other people out there that have done longer live streams, and you know who one of them is. Think about someone who's really good looking and muscular and says that plants are trying to kill you. And who would that be? Can anyone give me that answer? I know you can. Who do you think that is? Good looking, muscular, and says plants are trying to kill you. Who is that? Yes, Dr. Anthony Chaffee. Exactly. If you've ever seen when he was on Homestead How 24-hour live stream, he went for hours. I've been on his live streams that have been over 3 hours. So that is definitely, he's one of them. And again, he's a long-termer. Now, question for those of you who watch my channel regularly. What do I consider to be a long-term carnivore? How many years moves you into the long-term carnivore club? And we have one of its members right here. Who can answer that question? Yes, 5 years. Paul McGrogan. See? So you're all paying attention. You're not bored. When you hit that 5-year mark, it's like, what is that stupid show, Saturday Night Live, the 5 Timers Club? When you hit 5 years on the carnivore diet, you have moved to another level. You are no longer tempted by duck food. If you did eat duck food, you would see it as a downgrade. And I agree with that 100%. In the beginning, you feel like you're losing something. And yes, Terry Sue is correct. It is 5 years. When you move to that level, you are no longer tempted by duck food. Duck food has no hold on you whatsoever. And that's the way that I feel. We have 33 people. We're doing good. Now, I'm not trying to do a 24-hour live stream like, and was it, what is his last name? Carrie Mann, that's it. Carrie Mann. Carrie Mann did the 24-hour live stream, although he wasn't talking for 24 hours, but he did have people on there. He was hosting. I think a couple times he was falling asleep. We did the live stream. DS111 says 2 years in July. See, you're reaching that milestone. You're getting there. Some people say, oh, I can't be carnivore for all that time. And the other thing, too, I've had many questions. Do you think that everybody should be carnivore for the rest of their life? And the answer to that is flatly no. I do not believe that you need to be carnivore to be healthy, period. You could be healthy in carnivore. I think I'm pretty healthy. I may not be the prettiest guy around. I'm not going to impress anybody if I take my shirt off. You'll run for the hills. You'll think that I'm a vegan in disguise. But on the other hand, at least I'm not fat, and I'm very active. You've seen me ride bike and talk, and I can talk forever. You don't see me using a lot of word fillers or word whiskers or whatever they call that. You ever seen these people that when they talk, all they do is go, ooh, right. And I see this a lot with the flim-flammers, even in the financial community. I watch a lot of their videos, and a lot of them will say, right. Like, no, left, not right. I've actually interrupted some of these speeches where people say that, right, left. They're like, people start laughing because I'm a comedian. And then the other thing too, when you interrupt somebody that's trying to sell you something and then you see how they react, that's really fun because some people will laugh it off. And those are the ones that are really good at sales because they know how to go with the flow. But the people that blow up and try to have you thrown out of there, then you know that they're just a low-end scammer. They're not very good at it. The smooth talkers are a little different. I would love to be 5 months on carnivore. You could be. I'm at 3+ years now, according to William McCartney. There you go. Anna PL. I watched Buttergal live stream. I fell asleep because it was at night at my place. Well, there you go. I'm just past 3 years and not tempted. See, the Feral Grandma says after 3 years she's not tempted. Well, that's it. Sandy Blythe, 13 weeks. Yeah, that's right. So anyway, yeah, exactly. William Respect. 5 years on carnivore starts with 1 day. That is correct. And again, you don't have to be carnivore to be healthy. But if you're unhealthy, what do you have to lose? Have you tried other diets? Maybe you've tried the vegan diet. Most people have. I know a lot of people that have tried to lose weight on a vegan diet. And the only thing they end up losing is their self-respect because they can't eat that crap. Now think about this. Oreos are vegan. Cigarettes are vegan. What else? Alcohol is vegan. Are they good for you? Of course not. They're not good for you. And Steve McCalloway says, Rick, good morning. Well, good morning. It'll be morning for another 20 minutes or whatever it is. I made the only New Year resolution I ever kept. Well, there you go. I don't do New Year's resolutions. I don't care. I don't have to wait for a certain day to change something. I just do it as necessary. And again, you have a lot of people out there that they want to turn the thing on you. They want you to feel like it's your responsible. Okay, so I just made the chicken for lunch today. Yeah, Target prime rib. Now you're making me think about lunch. So 11:30. Usually by now I'll start the heart attack chicken, but I'll start it whenever. When I go to a supermarket, PS111 says, I see that all that produce in there. It looks so labor intensive to move that heavy crap around. The same thing happens in the body. And you know what? One of the reasons that I got away from vegetables and fruits is because I tell everybody, would I buy a product from a business that employs jobs that I won't do? And you think about the harvesting conditions for fruits and vegetables are not good. I won't buy that. Would I want to be out there in the sun, bent over, picking vegetables and fruits? No, I'm not. If I'm going to eat a fruit or vegetable, it's going to come from my yard, and I'm going to walk out into my yard. I'm going to pick a banana. I'm going to pick a tomato. I'm going to pick whatever it is, a coconut. Now, I do eat coconuts from time to time, and I'll crack open that coconut myself. I'll scoop out the coconut milk, coconut water, whatever. That's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to go to the store and buy it because I just don't like supporting exploitive industries, period. You know? So this is one of the reasons I'm against illegal immigration. People should be respected in a way that they're going to get paid properly for the work that they do. You're not taking advantage of people, putting them in bad situations, and then exploiting them when they're desperate. That's just wrong. So that's what I pretty much like to do. All right, now let's see what else we have here. Mitch's cigars are vegan. Yes, they are vegan. He does like his cigars. So I just made the chicken, okay? When I go to a supermarket, I saw that. I wonder why this thing gets moved around all the time. I did lose weight on a vegetarian diet, and I had to pass a kidney stone because of it. And again, if you watch Mitch's channel, you can see what he went through with his kidney stone. So do you really want to torture yourself with oxalate stones and all that when you could just eat meat and be fine? You know how many kidney stones I've had in my life? That many. I had a friend that just had to pass one. In fact, every single one of my friends has had at least one kidney stone episode. I have a friend that had pancreatitis, and he ate a low-fat diet. You know, I have friends that have aches and pains like you wouldn't believe, back issues. Do you think the average person could sit like this doing a live stream? I mean, look at how I'm sitting. This is not, I'm on my bed. These are my legs. I don't have a problem sitting like this. And I sit sideways, whatever, and my back is fine. I don't have any issues. And you notice that I get up during the live stream to do things. It's a different style for me. I live differently than everybody. And the carnivore diet goes with it. Okay, ran me. Okay, comments here. cranky, so maybe a vegan diet helped to remove the stones that you had. That's one way of looking at it. Probably helped to break them up. Yeah, well, it could be. Whose legs are those? Well, you know who they are. We had fresh coconut in the Philippines. Yeah, shimmied up the tree with a machete and cut it down. See? Gave it a haircut. And that's how you do it. You get the coconuts yourself. You cut them yourself. You eat them yourself. You'll never be able to eat so much coconut that it's going to ruin your body. And by the way, coconut is full of saturated fat. I think out of all the plant foods, coconut may be one of the best because of the way that it is. Okay, let's see. How is your loss going? Au contraire. The diet gave it to me. Extremely high oxalate. See? Now, again, I don't have kidney stones. There's a lot of things that other people have had that I don't have. I have friends that have psoriasis. My dad, before he died, got a horrible skin condition that nobody could figure out. Now, what really, what bothers me, and this is one of the reasons that I've done lives and I've gone on YouTube. It's not for money because I don't get paid anything for this. It's my parents. My parents really worked hard to give me a good life. And honestly, my heart attack diet offended my dad quite a bit. And it was like, he was always thinking that he was going to live into his 90s or 100. He took all those supplements, all those superfoods, all this other stuff. And in the end, he died at 82 and suffered for a couple of years. He got the flu, and then after that, he started having trouble breathing. And I told my dad, I said, I think you have heart disease. What do you know? Get mad at me. You're the one that's going to get a heart attack. I'm going to outlive you. My dad thought I'd have a heart attack by 55. And the really sad thing? My dad didn't even live to see me reach 55. My dad died when I was in my 40s. Can you believe that? All that health for what? To get old, weak, sick. It's just not right. And I don't want to see other people go through that. All that nonsense with all these plant foods and all these fruits and vegetables. For what? To get sick and to be laughed at by other people. You're trying to push this health agenda and you end up being sick. And I've seen this with so many of these health gurus pushing their products and whatever, and then they end up dying, the same age as anybody else. What do people live to? The Bible says 70 or 80 if you have special mightiness. Now you got these carnivores out there pushing they're going to live to 120. Well, I got news for you. You're not going to live to 120. It's impossible. Somebody may live to 120. I've even had people think that I'm going to live to 120. I said, I'm not going to live to 120. My grandfather lived to 94. That's probably how long I'm going to live. But I'm going to try to be active and enjoy my life as long as I can. I mean, think about it. Do you really think you can control your life? Even the Bible says you can't add to your life one bit. Being anxious doesn't add to your life, period. This idiot Brian Johnson guy over there with his crazy vegan diet and supplements and all this other nonsense. It doesn't work. He doesn't look that young. He's in good shape. He doesn't look that young. Any of us carnivores could probably do the same thing with a lot less money and a lot less fuss. So, what am I going to do? It'll make me emotional. So this is why I'm here. I'm not here to convince anybody of anything. I'm just here to tell you, if you start getting into all this silliness with all these superfoods and all this other nonsense, and if this starts to infect the carnivore lifestyle, it's going to be the same thing. And you're going to be the laughing stock, or you're going to be somebody's pity party because you just didn't make it. And again, I don't care. If the carnivore diet kills me, go ahead. And for those of you that believe in God, and maybe you have a hope for the future, who cares if your life on the earth is cut short? What was it? Enoch? He was living in a bad time. His life was cut short. So what's the difference? How long you live isn't going to matter in the long term. Now, if you don't believe that there's anything after that, then maybe you want to live longer. But again, why would you want to live in a way that you can't enjoy your life? If you can't go and get up and do what you got to do, run around, you have kids or grandkids or whatever. If you're a grandfather and you can't play with your grandkids, what kind of life is that? You know, is it just normal that you're going to sit in the rocking chair and wait for the end? Or are you going to go out there and do something? You're going to go out there and do some gardening. We know that gardeners live longer than the average person. Are you going to retire and die? You spent all your life working for somebody and then you retire and 3 years later you're dead. And then your kids are fighting over what you had so they can spend what money you saved. Is that how you want to live? No. What you want to do, you want to live your life in a way that's enjoyable for you and the people around you. Now, if you live with vegans and they're trying to tell you that they don't want to be around your meat, well, guess what? You're going to have to tell them you don't have to be around the meat. You can leave. That's it. Now, if you happen to have a vegan family, now you got a source of conflict. But again, what is more important? Pleasing others or helping yourself? And again, a certain amount of selfishness is desirable. You have to take care of yourself, because if you can't take care of yourself, how can you take care of others? It doesn't work that way. And this is the difference between us and the average person. We're the elites. We're the ones that can see how things work. And again, I'm not talking about elite in terms of money, showing off, whatever. The ability to see what works for us and see what works for others and see what doesn't work. That's what's going to carry us forward. And that's going to give us the ability to make improvements. Now, again, any of us could be run over by a bus, struck by lightning, or have a coconut tree fall on us in a hurricane, which, by the way, also happened to me. I had a coconut tree fall on me during a hurricane. But again, if it ends, it ends. What are you going to do? You could try to live in the ideal conditions, stay inside all day. Like I said, just check out the Brian Johnson guy with his quest to live forever and see how that holds up in a few decades. I don't think it's going to last long. My prediction is within a few years, that whole thing will end. And I hate to say it, but I think he's going to have a health issue, because I've seen this with every health guru that I've ever seen. What are you going to do? So, since we don't know what tomorrow brings, the only thing that we can do is try to work with today. Try to keep ourselves in a way that we feel healthy and satisfied as much as possible, and try to limit the conflict that we end up with other people if we can. And if we can't avoid it, we just need to get away from them. And that's it. You may have to end up living by yourself, like I did. That's one way to do it. Because again, you don't have to read the Bible, but it talks about that too. All these things that we think about, it talks about. So we haven't changed much. We human beings, we're the same as we were thousands of years ago. There's no difference. In fact, I think we've actually degraded somewhat, if you believe in the concept of entropy. Because if you look at some of the things that people in the past did with what little they had, some of these structures they put up are pretty amazing. You think about it, how would you build these large buildings and pyramids and, all this technical things they were able to do with basically nothing? We have been able to build on what people have done before. So we have knowledge that has been gathered over the generations. That's what separates us from animals. A duck can only learn what its mama and other ducks have told it. They showed it, whatever. We have the ability to learn from stuff that we've never even seen. We have books, we have videos, we have all these things. So we don't have to make the same stupid mistake that people make over and over again. And we can look at in our lifetime. If you're 50 or older, you know what the world was when we were a kid. We can look outside and see it. I can see the same exact neighborhood that I grew up in. And I can think back to when I was a kid, what all of us kids did, how much activity we had, what we ate, where we went. Now it's totally different. The world has degraded. We can see it. And I think a lot of it has to do with our diet. I mean, think about it. If we spend our time eating cheap crap, The vegans are always talking about vibration and energy state and all that. They got it backwards. They think of the plant-based foods as being the higher energy state. But actually, the animal-based foods, in my opinion, are the higher energy state because it takes more vegetation to make the meat. How much vegetation does it take for a pound of cow? It takes a lot of vegetation. So instead of us having to eat tons of grass, which we can't digest, we let the cow do it for us. And then all that nutrition that was in that grass goes into us. It just makes sense. I mean, why in the world would you put your body through all that work? Remember, digestion is work. Eating low quality crap means you have to digest more. And if you want to be like a duck, waddling around and pooping every 15 minutes, I guess you could do that. But a duck doesn't live that long. In the wild, ducks only live maybe a few years because a duck is prey. One mistake and ducky disappears. Even in the city, most of the ducks get run over because they're too stupid to get out of the way of a car. And nobody cares. So again, this is just my view of the situation. Okay. So DS111 talks about his dad, how they bought the wrong foods. And Elmer King, eat, drink, non-alcohol, be happy. I agree with that. It feels like a liability to me because he spends probably $25 per day on average on cigarettes and Starbucks for himself, his daughter, and wife, and he is 300 to 350 and tall. That's ridiculous. The idea is we're able to live our lives now. That's what Evelyn says. Healthier until the end. Yes, that's Rick's heart attack diet. Better than Alzheimer's or being in a home, not being able to really live. Just telling my husband that yesterday. And that's the whole thing. This is our goal. It's not to live forever. It's to live better. All right. For me, to my surprise, eating a little regular food now is something that feels festive at a party instead of alcohol. Well, there you go. Whatever works for you. Just don't overdo the duck food. I can tell you, Evelyn, from experience, you don't want to be in a rehab hospital. Yeah. Well, I was keeping an eye on my parents, and the only reason they got good care for the time they did rehab is because I was always there. Now, it had a bad effect on me. And I actually have a picture of myself that a friend of mine took, and you can see that even I was gaining fat. And I was eating the carnivore diet. When I find that, I'm going to post it and show you how much damage stress can do to you, even on the carnivore diet. Okay, feels like he's like, oh yeah, ideal. Okay, for me, to my surprise, eating a little duck food, I saw that. Ben Bickman talks about that in a recent interview. I saw that on Dyer of the CEO channel on YouTube. Now, Dyer of the CEO channel has long videos, so if you're going to watch that, you need to take some time or just watch it in pieces. Feral Grandma, not many coconut trees here. Idiot Californians in traffic might be my ending. Yeah, no kidding. Phew. All right, Anna PL07. Rick, what will you be doing today? Today is my day off, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to cook my lunch, which is heart attack chicken, and later on, my friend, he wants to have a get-together where we cook steaks and get together. So I'm going to go there probably 3, 4 o'clock to set up, get the fire going and all that, and I'll make a little short video of that. So that's where I'll go. Evelyn says, forced my father-in-law to go keto after his near-death experience with pneumonia at 84 years old. He turned his life around. Good. Huh. He eats 3 packs of, I guess, steak a week. His A1C is down, lost weight. Now, you see that? 84 years old. I mean, come on. I've seen people that have relatives that are in their 90s that start the carnivore diet and they feel better. And Thomas says, that's great, Evelyn. Yes, I agree. QQ overall, no amount of money is worth having stress. Yes, and that's why I choose to live poor. Now, if I could find a way to get more money, I'm still going to live poor because let's say that somehow I hit tons of money. One of my things came through and I had billions to work with. What am I going to do with billions of dollars? You know what I'm going to do with it? I'm going to invest in people I know. I'm going to find all the people that I've known that have had issues, and I'm going to invest in them and give them the chance to succeed or fail. And I'm not going to care because I can only eat so much steak. If I made $1 billion a year, how much ribeye can I eat? Maybe I'll spend $100,000 a year. Who knows? But I got all that extra money. And if I have a business and I'm making that kind of money, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to raise everybody's wages. I'm going to profit share. If I had a company, let's say I had some fancy ranch and I figured out a way to actually make money and I had people working there. Well, I'm making all this money. Well, the guy that's out there shoveling manure and doing the work, he's getting a raise. Everybody's getting a bonus because that way, you see, in my case, I'm not going to get any better. I'm going to get old and die like everybody else. But the thing is, the people around me, if they can progress, then that's going to work because now the lifestyle, everything that goes with it is spread out over a larger area. It's just like when you have a garden. If you put all your eggs in one basket, you put everything you have into one crop, and then it gets a disease and died, you have nothing left. But if you spread it around, then you're gonna succeed. And that's just the way it is. And people like that. If you're rich and you rub it in people's faces and you act like you're better than them, as soon as you have a downfall, look at the fires they had in California. They were saying that all those people deserved it because they're selfish Californicators that don't care. Well, think about a rich person here in Miami. One of these rich bastards that lives on one of the islands and fences himself in, you can't even see them. When we get hit by a major Category 5 hurricane and their house is leveled, people are going to be cheering it. I have to admit, when I see these high rises wrecked in a hurricane, I'm going to be happy because I don't like looking at them. But the thing is, if you see the person who's living in a modest house and this is a person that you know and something happens, well, what are the people going to do? They're going to go, man, the guy down the street, he helped me out. Now his house is destroyed. The hurricane washed it away. He's sitting there in a tent. I'm going to bring him something. And people are going to start bringing you food and they're going to bring you supplies. And you know what? They may even rebuild your house for you because they're going to say, I like this person. Look at it. Look at what this person did. And that's it. Okay. Man, we got 41 still. This is pretty shocking. We got 42. It's up and down. All right. Let's see. Forced my father to go after keto. I saw that. He thanked me at his 1-year keto-versary. Good. Nothing. See, he wouldn't be alive. Right. 3.5 packs of bacon per week. Good for you. Do you have your own well? Florida says. Yes, I have my own well. Do you drink your well water? Not generally. The well water here is contaminated with a mixture of herbicides. There's actually a pesticide called dieldrin. Many years ago, there used to be avocado and mango farms nearby. So there are traces of that, although it's not really that bad. There's also bacterial contamination from septic tanks, and we have hydrocarbons from the gas stations and from the road runoff. I drink rainwater normally. Rainwater I collect and drink. I'm sure there's something in that too, but since we don't have leaded gas, it's probably not that bad. My Kendall Air friend did so. Yes, his water had visible calcium specks. Yes, I'm also in the Kendall area. Depending on how deep your well is, you can have anything from calcium to iron in the water. You'll see in a lot of the older homes, the sprinklers that go up against the house and on the sidewalk turn everything red. Our water is high in minerals because of its alkalinity. So that may be a problem for some people, but some people do use salted water softeners. So that's, one of those things. All right. That one, DS1. I could be willing to be cleaning up at a carnivore convention. That's crap. Yeah, right? That's good. Rick, do you care about clothes? Are you a minimalist? Well, my clothing is pretty basic. It's all cotton or hemp. These are actually hemp pants, and I have either cotton or hemp undershirts. This is also a cotton version. The outside clothes are natural materials. This is a cotton shirt that's bleached, so I tend to have most of my clothing is what you'd consider natural. I do not like anything tight. First of all, because I'm skinny and I don't want to show off how skinny I am. And second of all, I think tight clothes are disgusting, especially when people that are overweight wear them, which I find repulsive. There's nothing wrong with being overweight. For some people, that is a normal state of being. But please do not stuff yourself in spandex. I do not want to see how large your crack is, because to me, that is just, ugh. Or whatever other pieces that they have showing. It's pretty bad. I don't understand why people do that. But I guess it's just narcissism. I don't know, because when you're unattractive, showing yourself off, I think, works against you. But it is good entertainment, I guess, for some people. But the other thing you'll notice about me is I never wear clothing that have any kind of writing or sayings on it. I guess in a way I'm a little bit like the Amish, because I don't like to put myself out there, although you'll see me on YouTube and I'll say hi to people. But I just, I don't know. To me, any kind of branding or any kind of whatever. Now, I'm a Mopar guy, but I don't wear anything that's Mopar. I do have some Mopar memorabilia and it's on my car. But when it comes to myself, my brand is Rick. There's only one Rick that has ever lived and will ever live. I am unique. You will never meet anyone even close to what I am. There's similarities between other people, but I think for general, especially on YouTube, I've never seen anybody that has the same style that I do. I have a relaxed but dedicated and determined style, and that's very unique in this space. All right, let's see what else we got here. We got some conversation going on. Yes, you guys are still here. I am still here, Kitchen Witch. I am still here because I still have 40 people on here. I'm getting hungry from my heart attack chicken, but I'm still here. It automatically saves for me. Okay. Is silver water good? Does pH of water matter? Um, that silver thing, I mean, silver is an antibiotic, but I have no idea if that has any long-term effects. People do this scam, the colloidal silver scam. I mean, it may work for some people. I don't know. I don't really see it. I do have some actual silverware that I use. I have a silver pitcher that I do put water in from time to time. And I do have silver knives and forks that I also have used. I even have some gold plated stuff that my parents had gotten, which I use, which I think is kind of interesting. But I don't know if it does anything. pH of water does matter to some people. If the pH is too high, they may have issues with it. The pH here is usually around 7 or 8. Rainwater, because rainwater does not have a lot of alkalinity to it. So it has been acidic at times. It depends on the season. A lot of it depends on the thunderstorm that you get. These really powerful thunderstorms seem to have a higher pH, whereas the rain showers tend to have a lower pH. I guess the rain is more acidic. But then again, I think rainwater is an appropriate source of water. I mean, if you can get it. And I do keep it in the refrigerator in many cases. I actually have a metal tank in my refrigerator. I replumbed it. I got rid of the plastic tank. So when I use my water, it comes out of the refrigerator. It does come through a plastic tube, but it has a stainless line to the tank. And that's where most of my water comes from. The water that I wash myself with is just regular well water that comes from the ground. I don't know if I'm breathing in stuff. I don't know, but I don't think it's an issue because I also use well water for the sprinkler system when I water my plants. So that's it. All right. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Okay. Snowing here. Might get the day off. That'd be good. It's supposed to be snow here on Thursday. That's good. Been a consistent group. Well, that's good too. I need to run. Enjoy. Thanks, Rick. Thanks, Sandy, for being here. We're down to 39. And let's see, the sun is half shining here. It's only 40 out. It's 84 degrees here right now. I'm looking at the thermometer. Speaking of silver, I put colloidal silver in my dogs at flea prevention. They haven't had a single flea. So maybe it does work. I don't know. It's something you're going to have to do your own research on. Bye, Thomas. I'll check out your latest video, and I will too. Cool, thank you. Thanks, Cindy. So we're catching up. Now, you'll notice that I try to catch up. I may miss some of the chats as this thing bounces around, and the chat does go through cycles. Starts out slow, builds up, and then as more and more people come on here, then you get questions out. There's only so many things a person can say. So this is a reason why. Now, if I was in person, let's say that we were all meeting in person, we would be here. The grill would be going. Maybe the deep fryer would be going. There'd be a lot of things that we're cooking. And then we'd get to the point where it's time to eat and enjoy the stuff that we cooked. And there may also be activities. A lot of times when we do a get together, we'll have activities that go along with the experience. And if it happened to be my place, hopefully there would be the bowling lanes. So we would have bowling. We would definitely be bowling. Probably some ATV riding. It could be anything. We could even have an iguana shoot where we'd have like a lake or canal. And, if it's my place and I have a pond or lake, I'm not going to get rid of all the iguanas. I'll have the iguanas there with ducks. And we might have a duck and iguana catching contest. So, what we'll do, we'll see who can catch the duck without killing it, because that's generally how we do the duck here. We'll chase the duck around and catch the duck, and then we'll place the duck into a duck pen so they can enjoy the meal with us. And because only the ducks that are aggressive and difficult to deal with end up as dinner. And then after we've caught the duck, then the person who caught the duck could go over to the duck pen where the captive ducks are and choose which duck is going to be for dinner. And then I'll show you how to set up the duck guillotine, and then we'll put the duck food in there. And then all of a sudden, the duck head will come off and the bell will ring, telling you that it is time to prepare your duck. And then we will get the water already boiling, and we'll remove the feathers and gut it out, and we'll have ourselves the most delicious Muscovy duck you've ever had in your life. In the fancy restaurants, they call it Barbary duck, but in my yard, it's going to be, as said here, duck, duck dinner. And the thing is, if I ever do have a carnivore meetup, I'm not going to do the Dr. Kilt's approach where you exclude people based on the money that they don't have. But I'm going to do something more the carnivore kit method, where you set up, and it's all free. And if you want to come in, you can do it. Hopefully, I'll be able to do it at my place. So, wherever I live, hopefully it'll be on a large ranch or farm, and there will be plenty of parking, and there'll be a place where you can hook up your RV and all that stuff. There's even a program where people, I forget what it's called, I've seen it advertised on YouTube, where they hook up, you belong to this group, and then you can hook up in different locations with your RV. That I may even have some trailers, for people to visit. You can come over and you can have the Rick Carnivore experience, and you can enjoy delicious meats, and you can learn a little bit. And then you can go back to your friends and family and say, hey, I met that crazy guy, the 40 whatever year carnivore, and he's not half bad. I mean, I didn't get cooked for dinner, so that's pretty good. He doesn't have a bunch of chainsaws hanging in his garage and meat hooks and all that. And he doesn't have like a ski mask or anything like that. His doorbell, when you ring his doorbell, it may sound like a foghorn, but a hand doesn't come out and try to grab what you have. So it wouldn't be too bad. And I learned a lot. And not only that, look, you like vegetables here. Would you like some organic bananas? Would you like some tomatoes? Would you like some of these fermented banana flowers or whatever? I was like, well, I thought you went to see a carnivore. Where'd you get all these veggies from? Some of these fermented banana flowers or whatever. I was like, well, I thought you went to see a carnivore. Where'd you get all these veggies from? His garden. Oh, have a duck egg while you're at it. That would be it. Let's see. All right. Not the wild goose chase. Well, I'm probably going to have some geese too. I want to get some of those Egyptian geese when I get my lawn darts. Well, I could drag those out. I still have some of them. Give me a little tube of silver for my radiation burns. Hey, that works. Okay. Apparently, iguanas are not a protected species. No, they're invasive. They are a major problem here. They're taking over. Who's Your Carnivore did a meetup at a park. Everyone brought their own meat. They grilled. There you go. See? You don't have to charge money to sit with some carnivore celebrity. You can go and meet a real carnivore. You bring your own meat. You eat whatever's there. That's fine. What is the meatiest part of the iguana? It's the tail. Are there a lot of little bones? There are little bones, yes. But you learn how to meat them. You just pick the meat off the spine and eat it. It's no fine. I know it does sound good. Do you dip them in ranch? No. The only ranch I want to have is a place where I keep my cattle. I don't use any kind of sauces, spices, or anything. Don't do it. And yes, Cranky Carnivore Cutler says iguanas are invasive species, just like Muscovy duck is. Iguana a day keeps the doctor away. There you go. If that was the case, though, I need to get more iguanas. They are probably protected here in Blue County. Well, What do you expect? Like rats and everything else. Yeah, California is a strange place. Rick doesn't know he is famous. Shh. Nah, I'm infamous, not famous. Are pythons still being treated like they're special? Pythons are invasive and they are another major problem. They actually pay some people a bounty to hunt them. So if I ever catch a python, I'm going to try to cook it and I'm going to see how it is. I think I can make it delicious. The last person I know that killed a python turned it into shoe leather and he grilled it. I said, you can't grill reptile meat. It doesn't work. If you're going to grill reptile meat, you got to marinate it first. The best way to cook reptile meat is to boil it and or fry it. And I found that if you want to get the ultimate heart attack iguana, boil your iguana first. And then you can go ahead and bread your iguana with pork rinds or whatever else you want to use and fry it up, and it's going to be very juicy. If you just throw the iguana straight in the fryer, it may get really hard and really difficult to deal with. All right. So, looks like the comments have kind of shortened. Now, we have reached a new record. We are over 4 hours in the carnivore live stream. I think that's definitely a record. It has to be. I don't even think Anthony Chafee has been able to do a live stream this long. Rick, do you have a Rumble account? If so, what is your handle? I do not have a Rumble account. I have been so busy for so long. The only thing I've ever done was YouTube. Years ago, I had Vimeo, but they don't have that really anymore. And I was on MySpace, but no, I don't have a Rumble account. I probably will eventually. I need to consolidate all these things together. Whenever they cook snake on Naked and Afraid, it always looked pretty awful and dry. It is. Believe me, I've cooked rattlesnake. You do not want to grill or cook over a fire any reptile meat, including iguana. That is the stupidest thing to do. It's going to taste awful. The only reason you cook reptile meat is to eliminate parasites. So the best way to cook it is in a pot. And the way that I've cooked iguana on the engine before, and it dried out so bad it was inedible. Even the ducks wouldn't eat it. So if you're going to cook reptile meat, I recommend starting by boiling. Boiling it is good. And if you like salt, put salt in the water. And if you're one of those people that likes plant foods, you could put meat. You could put, not meat. You could put like, I don't know, peppers or corn or whatever crap you want to put in there and just cook it all together. I know people that put, I'm trying to think of what did he put in there. Well, the different vegetables. You could put carrots or whatever. Because the thing is, when you cook meat with the veggies, it's going to help moisturize it. And then you can give the veggies away or give the veggies to the ducks. But you could do that because never high temperature cook reptile meat. Don't smoke reptile meat because it's going to be like shoe leather. It's not good. And again, I'm not an expert in health. I'm not an expert in anything. When it comes to cooking reptiles, that I'm an expert in. I know when roadkill is safe to eat and not eat. I've never been sick. And I've had some very flavorful reptiles and I've had some horrible ones. The worst one I ever had, a friend of mine tried to cook rattlesnake. It was so bad, you couldn't even chew it. So learn the right way and do the right thing. I can't even, okay. The feel-good crowd wanted to protect pythons and others came. Oh my goodness. Yeah, you don't want to do that. Those things are invasive and they're destroying the native wildlife. Can't imagine being loving among pythons. Some people like snakes. I've had friends that like snakes. About MySpace. I haven't heard that in a long time. Yeah, I don't even remember my MySpace account. Mine, if I remember correctly, was called Tall Rick. Tall Rick. I grew up wanting to be a herpetologist, which is a snake person, but now I'm more interested in eating them. Hey, there you go. I always joke, you know the joke about Adam and Eve? Instead of eating the apple, they should have eaten the snake. And I agree with that 100%. Because if a snake was telling me to eat fruit that God told me not to eat, I'd be like, fruit? I don't eat fruit. But you look pretty good. And the snake would either disappear or it'd be over there boiling somewhere, you know, I'm cooking it up. And then God would say, are you wearing clothes? Oh no, I made snake boots. Because I was tired of walking around barefoot and getting dirty all the time. So I got myself now some snake boots. You got to have a sense of humor with some of this stuff. Okay. Rick, do you consider doing more live stream? I think I do a lot of live streams, but most people are not going to invite me on their live stream because I'm bad for marketing. Iguana is gamey and tough? Question mark. No, it is not. So slow cook, then sear the outside for flavor. Well, you don't have to sear it. I mean, I don't like to sear anything. I'm a pure meat guy. So I got a video where I boil the iguana and eat it right there. It's delicious. Think of the ways that you cook fish. Fish are a lot like iguana. Think about it. Loving among reptiles. Well, I don't think reptiles can love anything except food. I think one weekly live stream with Rick is the best. Otherwise, it gets redundant. Yeah. And I told you in the beginning, I have to work. I have to work for a living. I can't do a live stream every day. Saturday is it. I can't do more than Saturday. I'm sorry. But I can join live streams at night. But I'm not going to bore you with the same old crap. It gets old. I mean, once you get to know Rick, you're going to say, well, I got to know somebody else. I don't want everybody knowing me. I want you to know each other. I mean, come on. Why would you want to know me? I'm just a quack. I think one a week is good. I agree. Adam and Eve probably don't have fire yet. Well, that's true. That is true. But then again, you never know. Okay, that over was Adam and were Chinese, they would have eaten the duck. Yeah, right. Yeah, we always it's funny to think about. It's just always a joke. I hear so many jokes about things like that. And then what is that other joke? It was Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve, or something like that. I've heard joke after joke, and it's all kind of funny. So anyway, we have 37, and we have hit 4 hours and 11 minutes and 14 seconds. So I think we're pretty much live streamed out from what I can tell. It's already past noon. My heart attack chicken hasn't even started cooking. I think eventually what I might do is use a mobile device for the live stream. I'll have to set up, I don't really like wireless, but I'll have to use either an old cell phone or a tablet, and then maybe set up a Wi-Fi antenna. And then, because my whole network is wired, I don't use wireless in the house. And then what I'll do, I'll just kind of carry this device around with me, and then I'll do a live stream where you can see, pretty much how I live my life. I can catch some of the comments maybe. But then again, who knows? Let's see. Probably time to bang the gang. Bang the gong. Okay. Yeah, probably time to cut it off, right? And that must be a reference to the Gong Show. Anybody remember that? The Gong Show? That was funny. They're performing. The performance goes bad. They hit the gong. I don't know about if it's true, but I know in the cartoons like Looney Tunes, when the performance was really bad, they would start throwing tomatoes or whatever at, and then they had a cane that would come and pull them. When the performance was bad, the cane would come out and shoot, pull them out. I tell you, I love cartoons. I just love Looney Tunes and all that stuff, and Roadrunner and Coyote and all that good stuff. So I guess I'm still a kid. And that's the other thing too. When I'm at get-togethers, people say that I'm like the tallest and oldest kid they've ever met because of the way that I do things. The thing is that it's like whenever people bring their babies, you know how when you look at the baby, sometimes they'll smile, sometimes they'll frown. Every baby that's ever looked at me has always smiled. It's so funny. A friend of mine recently had a daughter, and she was crying at everyone. She took one look at me and smiled. I'm like, oh. So I'm thinking maybe kids are really good about seeing, the true nature of a person, because I know people, they go, hi, little, and the kid's like, and they start crying. It's like, oh. And then I've had my friends tell me that if I was a father, I'd be a good one because of the patience that I have. I said, sure, I would be. But the problem is that all the women that I've known, they're afraid of me. It's like, this guy's crazy, you know. Can you imagine? You walk into that kitchen, you see a bunch of dead iguanas on the countertop, or you see duck feathers all over the yard. You smell something cooking. It's like this one gal that I know, she comes in my house and she says, "Your house smells like a barbecue place." I'm like, yeah, and? Well, you should get an air freshener. Air freshener? Why would I want to put a chemical stick in my living room? You know, my bedroom doesn't smell like a barbecue place, but my living room does because it's next to the kitchen, you know? it's it's just funny. People go crazy for these scents, and I hate all of them. I have never smelled one perfume or cologne that I found interesting and attractive. It just seems like chemicals to me, you know. I can't deal with it. It's terrible. And then the clothing stuff, they put these stupid air fresheners, and it's like in the car they have these pine tree things and all that. It's terrible. I mean, yeah, my car smells like vegetable oil, but that's because of the fuel that I use. Either that or it just smells like the outdoors. Somebody got in my van, it smelled like a Christmas tree because I've been hauling Christmas trees here to mulch. It happens. So, what can you say about that? Now, let's see what else we got here. Gong Show was hilarious. Yes, it was. Home of the Unknown Comic with a bag over his head. There you go. Show was so weird. Gimmicks work. Yes, they do. If you want people to get on, you use the gimmicks. What was that in the Bible? I thought it was the apple or forbidden fruit. It just says fruit in the Bible. That's correct. But every translation is a little different. It has been for my whole life. I imagine Steve Jobs thought it was apple also. Yeah. And you know, I was talking to one of my vegan friends. How old, does anybody know how old Steve Jobs was when he died? Can anyone tell me? This is a bit of trivia. You can Google it if you want. I don't care. Can you tell me how old Steve Jobs was when he died? Let's see. Anyone have an idea? Is anyone participating? Okay. All right. I kind of remember him being 58 years old when he died. So I wish I had the OBS. I would do the Google search live, but I'll do it right here. Steve Jobs. Okay. So he was born in 1955. And when did he die? 2011. All right. Oh my goodness. Do you know how old Steve Jobs was when he died? 56. Do you know who else is 56? This maniac. Wow, I can't believe it. This is the funny thing. Did you see what Steve Jobs looked like? He had pancreatic cancer, if I remember correctly. And he was rich, rich, rich man. So you know that he had the best possible medical care. Wow. Wow. I can't believe it. That might be a subject for a video right there. The poor guy. I mean, I heard from what people have said he wasn't the nicest person, but he was very talented. I mean, look, when they kicked him out of Apple, Apple almost went out of business. When they brought him back into Apple, he turned Apple into what it is now, a cult-like following of people that have Apple devices. Now, I have Apple devices too, but not because I bought them, but because they're the most popular device that's out there. So when people give me their hand-me-downs, what is it usually? It's an Apple, because Apple is constantly trying to get people to upgrade. Wow, I can't believe it. And you realize I'm going to be 57 if I make it to this summer without a heart attack. So you tell me, if you're watching my video right now, look at Steve Jobs when he was 56 and look at Rick, the carnivore quack. Which one of those two people would you rather look like? That's a good question. Mm-hmm. Yes, he was too young. Now, And the good thing about Steve Jobs is they have videos of him when he was in his 20s. They started Apple Computer. You can see how he progressed and how he aged. And you notice in his 40s, there was a real rapid aging that hits most people. It's crazy. It really is crazy. And again, I think that's one of the good things about the celebrity culture that we do have. You can probably tell that lifestyle does make a difference. I mean, think about it. That is, I never realized. I thought he lived to 58. I didn't realize he was 56. So the question is, Steve Jobs, how did he get pancreatic cancer? Well, could it have been the diet that he ate? Yes, it could be. Very good question. Anyway, so let's see. He was a fruitarian for sure. Yes. Ashton Kutcher played him in a movie. Okay. Interesting. It is weird. Doesn't matter how rich you are. Seems like no doctor. Yeah, that's right. No doctors can help. 57 here, William McCarty. Well, that's good for you. See? You're in the same age range as me. God probably took him out due to look what's happened since smartphones were invented. I don't think so. I don't think God would take anybody out. He allows these maniacs to exist. So I think it's just a matter of poor choices. And I know from experience, most of the people I know in the tech field, they stayed up all night. They ate a bunch of junk food. They were always stressed. They're always trying to, go after people. So I think it's part of the lifestyle. That's it. Okay. Steve was an Elon Musk of his decade. Yeah. And just like Elon Musk, he's a marketer. Elon Musk, everything he builds is basically junk, but he gets people to buy it. It's like Apple. You can buy non-Apple devices at a far lower price that are better, but it's all about that cult of personality. When you run the trouble, Scripture says you'll be in trouble if you try to add or take anything. Yeah, well, that's true. Genetical, probably. Genetics is another part of it. All cancer is deadly. It's a time bomb. Yes. He could have died from EMF overdose. That is possible too. Horse pace. Let Satan take him out. It's all speculation. Not every cancer is deadly. There are curable cancers too. That is correct. I mean, think about this. One of the channels that I go with, you have David DC that he had the follicular lymphoma cancer, which is uncurable, and he's still going. He's exercising, he's dealing with some issues. And there's other people. There's people that have had body parts removed, colon cancer that's been reversed. You have the lady, what's her name, Sammy or whatever, and she was just on, and she had colon cancer, and she's still going. There's people that have used the carnivore diet to manage cancer. So my mother had breast cancer. She wasn't carnivore. The cancer was removed. It was eventually colon cancer that took her out decades later. But still, cancer runs in her family. Cancer runs in both sides of my family. My family, my cancer risk was relatively high. This is the reason why I wanted to just get the heart attack and get it over with. All right. Let's see. Safari is the one. Crooks all of us. Satan is the one that crooks all of us. You're like 54, Rick. No, I'm 56. I will be 57 in June. But Terry, it could be a banana, please. How are you, Meathead? Oh, I've seen you. Scooby is back. There you go. Got to get the pooch on the move. She has to potty. Yep. Take care of Laura. You people are still kids. 69 October. Well, there you go. 69. Keep at it. Terry, I don't believe. Okay, so we got conversation going here. Sammy is the greatest. See, I enjoy that group. I've seen her before, but she was on David's channel. So I would recommend checking out a lot of these different people. If you're stuck in one carnivore cult, you're going to miss out. You need to kind of dabble around and look at them, because the establishment has a lot of ways of putting us down and saying that we're not doing the right thing and so on. But the good thing is there's more and more of us that are here. We're still alive. We're proving them wrong. I mean, even me, who's never had really health issues and is just a quack, isn't that great looking and, isn't anybody outstanding. Well, I am outstanding in height, but for someone that's 56, I think I'm doing pretty good. And I've been looking around for another 56-year-old that's in better better shape than I am, and I can't find it. I mean, it's really difficult. So, if you're out there, I'd like to meet you, but I think in many ways compared to the average 50 something, I think I'm doing pretty good. And I think a lot of it has to do with the carnivore diet. It's not all of it. I mean, think about all the other things I don't have. I don't wear glasses. I don't even wear sunglasses. No aches, pains, no digestive issues, um, no back pain. I don't know anybody else my age that doesn't have back pain. No foot problems. I have several friends that have had plantar fasciitis, foot issues, and all that. I don't have that. So you tell me, am I really that bad off? All right, let's see. Nice to be able to say it to you all. I was not too awake earlier. Okay, well, that's fine. I was born in 57, the good Chevy year. There you go. The meathead says, Rick, which is closer, Sam's Club or Costco? Sam's Club is far away. Well, it's not that far, but it's like Northwest 87th Avenue and 25th Street. And there's only one Sam's Club in any area. There's several Costcos. There is a Costco on Flagler by the Palmetto. And there's also a Costco down by the old Tamiami Airport. So I think Costco would be closer. And I do pass them from time to time. I don't think it's been a while since I passed the Sam's Club. Rick, I think the height came from getting plenty of meat, before you stop growing. And I believe that too. Because if you look at a picture of me in junior high, I was not that tall. I was actually shorter than the girls. And I logged into the chat at 5 a.m. and now it's 9:30. I've eaten a ribeye and done 2 loads of laundry. See, you're productive. You can listen to me while I sit here. You can still do things. 56 Nomad is on my wish list. Those cars are rust buckets, though. I hope you can find one in the West. I saw you at Mitch's chat, and I knew you hadn't healed yet. Okay. Those are nice, too. So I wish you get better now. All right. So anyway, now the limiting factor of this chat is not me, because as you can see, I am the biggest talker in the carnivore space. I can go on and on and on. One of my biggest talents when I was in business is the ability to talk to a lot of different people, the ability to listen to people. I've had people tell me that I'm their free therapist because I've had to listen to a lot of problems, and I've even had to get between problems. And usually when I'm involved, you're going to have people running around and doing their thing. And speaking of running around doing their thing, you've been here all this time. Maybe it's time for me to open up my live stream to my guest. How would you like to see my guest? Oh, Milton. Hello, little monster. Come on in. Here we go. Oh, you're a good kitty, aren't you? Look at that. Look at that little powder puff. Okay, let's go. No, no. Ow. Watch the teeth. Come here. All right. You probably see a little black furry thing here. And here he goes. Oh, look at my little kitten. He's such a cute little. Look at that. Oh, ugh, poison cat lips. Ugh. What? There he is. You are so cute. What a good cat you are. Oh, oh my goodness. What a sweetheart. Okay. Well, as you can see, my little friend has decided to join me. He was actually sleeping over on the windowsill, but he misses me. Aw, this is what I go through when I come home from work. As you can see, it's such. You got to remember when I first put him on the video, he was found on the road by my neighbor, almost ready to get run over, and he gave him to me. And now look at him. He's a friendly cat. Oh, yes, you're so cute. He went from being the snappiest little biter you can ever imagine to my little buddy. Yeah, look at that. And you're getting much more well behaved, as you can see. And the thing about kittens is that they're one of the few things that gets cuter as they get older. Yes, look at that. Look at that beautiful face. Now he's still, he's what, 6 months or whatever, but look at that beautiful face. Look at this gorgeous cat. Here you go. Say hi to everybody. Look at that beautiful animal. He's a nice cat. And I know you're hungry. Yes, you are. You're hungry. But I gave you a bunch of meat this morning. I gave you a nice piece of raw meat that you gobbled up. Yes, you did. And you can see how he's calming down? He realizes that I'm his friend. One of the things I want to get for him, I'm going to get him a cat leash, and I'm going to start walking him around the neighborhood like I always did with all of my cats, because I don't like having my cats just kind of run around where they can get into fights and get run over. I want my cat to be my friend, so that way if I go somewhere, I can take him and, I can keep him around. He's a good pet. Look at that. Look at how relaxed he is. He loves being here with me. Look at that. Look at that beautiful cat. You're a good pet. And you remember in the beginning, he just kind of bit and attacked and everything. And now look at how friendly he is. And also, because I handle him so much, most cats don't like being picked up. And most cats don't like being turned over. And I can turn him over. He doesn't bother me. He likes that. Yeah, look at you. You're a sweetheart. He looks great. Oh, you're so cute. Come here. What you matter? Look at that. Look at that beautiful animal. See, you can turn him over. He doesn't mind. And he's purring. I don't know if you can hear that. Probably not. But he's purring. He's a good cat. Yes, he is. So you can see, as a nice pet, he's really a great pet. I love my cat. Yeah, you're a sweetheart. You are, you little powder puff. You got nice fur. He's not snappy like he used to be, He's just kind of relaxed. He's enjoying himself. Look at that cat. Look at that face. Look in your tail. I'll tell you. Look at how cute he is. You have to be a special kind of person to have a pet. Yeah. Cute little thing. You cute little guy. You're a nice little animal. Little putter puff he is. You're so sweet. He's so well behaved now. Hard to believe it's the same cat that knocked my mixer over, got into all the wires, and just, wrecked everything. He looks sleepy. That's what it is. Want to relax? Yeah. I love my cat. Yeah, you're so cute. Yes, you are. I wish you could hear that purring. It's loud. Okay, we're going to sit you down here. There you go. That's a good cat. Okay, so, yep, for those of you that like cats, I have my little monster. Oh, he's stretching out there. You want to climb up with me again? He loves to climb up and cuddle up. That's kind of his thing. Why are you scratching? You don't have fleas. I checked you out. You don't go outside either. At least not for now. You will eventually. I don't like letting my cat loose until he's had a good bond. And then that way, I can take him outside with me. He'll do his thing. He doesn't bother the ducks. There goes that fluffy tail. No, stay off the keyboard. This is where we usually get cut off. No, stay off the keyboard. Don't play with the screen. Look at that little tail. Look at that curly little tail. Look at that little tail. Oh, no, not the window. Oh, no, 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 no. Goodness, going to get that glass and break another one. He's already broken some of them. That's a bad thing. I don't use plastic cups, so my cat does break glasses from time to time. All right. What? You silly animal. No. What out? Okay. No. Watch the paws. Ow. You silly animal. My goodness. You're the funniest cat I've ever seen. What is that? No. Oh, okay. There we go. What? You want out? You want back in? Oh my goodness. You silly cat. You want back in? Want in? There we go. Yep. Okay, he's playing games. He wants out, then he wants in, then he wants out. Now he's starting to run around. I guess he's waking up. He's getting hungry. My kitty is hungry. Okay, so let's see what we got here in the chat. Don't take Milton to Walmart with you. No, we ain't taking no cat to Walmart. He looks like Ager's Jingle Book. Oh, Jungle. Yeah, Jungle Book. He's something else. I keep offering my cat anything available raw, but he won't eat it. Some cats don't like raw meat. Mine grew up on it. What is it, Milton? Silly pet. Cats purr at the same frequency as human bones heal. Well, that's good to know. Huh. What? He's over there talking to me. Now he's attacking my shoes. Too much of a good thing is never good generally. Uh-oh. Here comes the menace. What are you doing, huh? What? What are you doing? What? What? What are you doing, huh? What? Yeah, I know you're hungry. What are you doing? Don't play with that. You're going to cut me off if you play with that. Stop it. No. Oh, my goodness. Well, it looks like Milton he's climbed up on the computer monitor. You can see the thing is probably shaking because, see, he's right there. He's going to probably attack the cable any minute now. So if I get cut off, it wasn't me that cut off the live stream. Will you stop that, Milton? Oh, my goodness. Look at that. You funny cat. Oh, what are you doing? Oh, okay. He jumped on the turntable. He got off the computer. That's good. So it's not shaking anymore. Well, anyway, yeah, Milton is definitely reminding me of something. It is almost 1:00. I've been on here since 8:00. I got to make some heart attack chicken. I'm going to go and hang out with my friends at their house sometime around 3 or 4. So if I want to have a day that's productive, I'm going to have to log off and hopefully, get back to what I need to do. But I kind of needed this anyway because I worked so late yesterday. I worked all day. Today's my day off, so we'll definitely enjoy that. And let's see comments. What do we have here? My cat like raw ground beef. That's what I give mine sometimes. He prefers the actual meat cuts more than the ground beef. Scooby says, I missed you. I helped in the fall. Had a window of time. I guess she's talking about the other channel, the, what do you call it? Old Guy Carnivore channel. Okay. I'm always at Mitch's chat in the morning, but I got quiet for a while. I got disappointed that I'm not able to pay for the membership because of the blockade. Mitch doesn't do live streams. He has in the past, but that's okay. I'm still using it. Take care. For him, being lazy. Husband hasn't. Okay. So it's all kind of a conversation between everyone. Sent you an email, Rick. Please let me know. Okay. I will check that. I haven't checked my email at all today. Bacon and sausages cooked. It's almost breakfast time. Well, hey, time changes are a wonderful thing. Must be out west where it's 3 hours behind. It's going on 10 o'clock over there. Or in another country. Excuse me. The other side of the world. Like in China or something. Rutam. Okay. Where did Milton go? Oh, well, that's interesting. Milton likes to sit on my turntables, whether it's in the living room or in my bedroom. So he's sitting on the turntable. Actually, the lid is cracked, so he's expanding the crack probably. Okay, so let's see. Bacon and sausage cooked. Okay, and Scooby the dog says, thank you, Rick. Although I just popped in for bits. It looks like your stream went very well, and people really enjoyed it. Have a great day. Well, thanks. You too. I'm glad you were here. I know that, again, the other live streams people go in and out of, but some of you did stay here the whole time, and that is quite amazing. And then again, it's just for fun anyway. It's a fun stream. Moves quick. Lots of info and laughs. I wonder what that one is. Huh. Looks like the mail is coming. I see the mail truck. Yeah. Okay. It's probably just a bill, or maybe it's something from the code enforcement. Who knows? If it is, I may have to start cooking them too. They haven't bothered me for a while. There's not much here they can complain about. It's not my fault the ducks like to hang out here. I'm not the one that's raising them. They're not livestock. I've had to deal with these people before. It's not livestock. They just walk through the neighborhood. It's like the chickens. Okay. And let's see. Back there. And Jake Wakefield says, thank you again, Rick. Enjoy your heart attack chicken. Look forward to next Saturday's chat. I agree. I do too. But here, Rick is also cool. Okay. That's good. And again, there's so many live streams to choose from. I try to catch as many as I can, but if I'm working, I can't do it. I mean, I can't stop working to participate in live stream. Sometimes I do comment when I can. Orange juice. Interesting. All right. So anyway, let's see. 4:43. We're almost 5 hours here. We got 4 and 3/4 hours. That's pretty amazing. Okay. I meant your stream, Rick, above. Before carnivore. Your persona is the plus. Okay. Interesting. But yes, I'm going to. My cat fell asleep? No. Oh, he's giving himself a bath on top of my turntable. I can't believe he's been so calm. I guess it's like always, the older they get, eventually they learn not to cause a lot of trouble, because I'm not trying to deal with a monster. Let's put it that way. I don't need that much. aggravation. Feral Grandma, I like your stream, Rick. Well, thank you. And again, compared to all the others, this is a very unique one. You're not going to find anyone like me anywhere. I'm not trying to impress anybody. I'm just giving you it as it comes. Did the mail truck break down? It's been sitting there all this time. I guess he's going through the mail. You know, a lot of times the mail truck will get in front of my house because I have all the trees in the neighborhood. So instead of sitting on the corner where it's hot sun, they'll sit there in the road and pick through the mail to organize it. I was supposed to get a package that I had ordered. What the heck did I order? A part for something. Oh, I needed to get a toner cartridge for my printer because it broke. But we'll see. Okay, so it looks like we have 35 people still, and I'm getting super excited about Heart Attack Chicken. It's been 4 hours and 45 minutes. That's what I call a long live stream. And I challenge anyone to beat my live stream records. I think out of all the YouTube live streamers, I am the number one when it comes to length of live stream. And I hear a noise. What is going on here? No, Milton, don't do that. Uh-oh. You see that? You see the whiskers over the camera? I don't know if you could see the whiskers. No. Milton, stop that. Milton. Look at him. Milton, come here. Milton. Oh, there it goes. Look at the paw. See the paw? Uh-oh. Look at that. He's got that camera. I don't know if you can see the paw. Milton, stop that. No, don't eat that. No. Stop. Milton, you bad. There goes the keyboard. Come on, stop it. I have a feeling that this live stream is going to end soon. No, stop it.